Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I was running late. One thing after another, one thing after another. All right, good morning. All right. We've got a lot to go over today, though I will say there won't be much updates from last week's stories, though I am keeping track of Nolan Wells, and the autopsy report said it didn't come to a conclusive answer about his death, and there was possibly even wounds to the back of his head, but I'm waiting for official results to come in from everybody. So if you're following the Nolan Wells story, I'm also waiting for a real update on that story. Last week we also covered some political stuff, but this week this Friday to end the week, we're not going to do that. So if there's any stories that like we were covering, I can't think of what loose ends we needed to cover because this week has been so chaotic. So today I want to sort of end this week's stream week with like a theme of dissecting sort of commentary or comments we received about people being sheep or people being introspective or taking away credit from women's accomplishments like a Jane Goodall. We'll cover that. But we're actually going to end on a story today that might be really triggering to people. It might be like you might not need to be here for this if you feel like if that's not for you, but it's a domestic violence story. The woman who is the victim of the domestic violence, she's now just putting out content about it over the last couple weeks, and I think it's going to go viral probably because it's very like jarring. And so I have no doubt that people will hear her story probably in another week or so. I have a feeling it's going to pick up steam, but it is intense. Like, it is interesting. She has audio and video of her ex. Like, he wanted to be recorded abusing her. It's just a reminder of so much of the discourse we have on the internet about like seeing women post their husbands and us saying like leave him or leave us out of it. We're going to dissect that narrative because I do think we have to be careful about the message we're sending to these women who are already isolated. And I understand there's so much layer and nuance to this, but it's just another reminder that you don't know what people are going back home to. And it's just like, ooh, it's a really rough video. Okay. So we'll cover that at the end of stream. So I'm going to give you an update on Indiana, my cat. I'm going to give you an update on Indy. It's not good news, so I don't want to focus on it too much because I think I'm still processing. Okay, I'll tell it like a story. So we kind of went into this thinking that we would get bad news that would then require medication, and then we'd get good news, but we just got like bad news, and then we got more bad news. So the icon Indiana Jones is living through her last iconic era of life. So we she's so great. You know? Basically, we got up really early and we had to drive out of town to go see a specialist. And he was very professional. The whole crew was very professional and very apologetic after seeing the results. Indy's like 15 years old. She's been with me a really long time. She's been with me for most of that time. Literally, I got her when she was like a year old. Adopted her from a shelter after she gave birth to a bunch of babies. And basically our job is going to be to make her as comfortable as possible for the remainder of her life. The vet was so autistic. I wish I could explain to you how autistic he was, but he was so great. He was very professional. He examined her. So our local vet didn't have the education or slash specific person, the specific kind of doctor, the cardiologist, to like read her charts. They just knew something was wrong. And so they're like, you need to take her out. You need to drive her to a place. So we drove a couple hours away. My partner's parents picked us up early in the morning, and from like 9 to 6, we were out of the house. We drove. I flex on a girl on the freeway. We were on the freeway and this girl drives up next to us and she goes like this. And I was like, and she goes, and she flexes at me and I was like, and we sat there. So, you know, that happened just to bring some levity to the conversation so I could stop crying. And then we got to town. We did our appointment and the cardiologist did examine Indiana and she was very good for it. And her heart is basically really, really, really enlarged, and it's enlarged to the point of no return. And so it will basically, I don't know the medical terminology for it. And it was really difficult because the doctor didn't speak English. So he had to like speak to my partner and then my partner had to translate. And then it was like, my partner had to process the news and then tell me the news. And it was just like, it was a little chaotic, to be honest, but everybody was really nice and everybody was really comforting and they were like apologizing profusely over the news. But basically her heart is super, super big and it's going to eventually lead to blood clots and a deterioration of her body. So the liquid in her heart around her lungs is bad, but she's going to be on meds to help. And she's actually in pretty good spirits right now. Like she's having a good day today, which is good. But the doctor gave us a guess because he couldn't be sure of basically anywhere from 3 to 6 to year to 18 months she could live. And then the quality of that life will depend. And we'll just have to make a decision about you know, when to let her go. But she's having a good day today. She's eating again and she seems okay. Her breathing is labored, but that's to be expected. And then we'll just see what happens. So the good news is that we have an answer. The bad news is that we have limited time. I kind of hope she'd be around another 5 years, but that's okay. And then we'll just go from there, you know? But it, you know, we all had a good cry about it. My mother-in-law was crying. I was crying. My partner was crying. We were all crying. But it was good. It's good that we have an answer. And it's good that we can make her comfortable. So she's on meds and she'll be on meds until it gets too bad. So I figure since they said the blood clots typically target their hind legs and she'll lose coordination, we're going to go off of that and just see like when that happens. But they said it could happen like overnight. They said, and that's what I think is exhausting, is like she's already sick all day. She seems uncomfortable, but kind of comfortable. But the idea is like it could happen at any time and we just have to be ready. So that's the news on Indiana. And yeah, so we'll see what happens. Thank you for your support and your being here for this, because I know I got a comment from someone that said like Indiana doesn't know a bunch of strangers care about her, but like I know a lot of you understand how important she is. I know a lot of you also have companions, and when you've had someone in your life for 15 years, you know, it's a lot. But yeah, that's the news. So just processing, you know. But my life is so much better now that I've known her, for sure. I'll never forget the way she picked me in a lineup of people at the shelter. I just, you know, I feel so lucky that she picked me. And now we're here, you know. Okay. Let's transition. Okay. Let's transition. Thank you guys. I see chat. Thank you so much. Oh. Okay. I came prepared to transition out of this topic because I knew it was going to be hard. Okay. Let's watch this video of a straight woman attacking this gay man because he's trying to steal her boyfriend and transition.
This crazy lady thinks I'm trying to steal her boyfriend or something. I would look better with him than you would. Yeah. Oh, why don't you take a picture? It'll last longer.
Don't fight.
Oh, maybe I will.
Oh, yeah? Here, take it.
Whoa! Where did he go?
Did you give him my ring?
This crazy lady thinks...
Okay. That was nice, right? Okay. Indiana would have appreciated that if she was here, okay? She really would have loved that one. Okay. See, gay humor really helps you transition out of grief. That's what I always say. All right. Let's get on it, girls. I'll go ahead and link this in the chat because hilarious. He's the one who also does the mean gays, which I do find hilarious. Okay. La 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 la. So okay, where's this video from? Okay, so last week I made a video about Elle the vegan taking a phone call from a guy, and I was trying to give an example of sort of like not being very introspective. Now, I just want a disclaimer. This video and all the content I make is not a statement of people are stupid and I am smart. It is not a statement of Aspie supremacy. It is not a statement of everybody is a sheep and I'm the only one who knows what's up. Like, it's not a statement of, it's not content that I want you to watch and think, oh, yes, I am superior and everybody is stupid. Like, that's not the point of my content. The point of my content is that I think philosophy is a tool to liberate ourselves out of basically what is expected ignorance, given that we're animals on the planet, given that we're all born babies and that we only have the tools available to us, right? So I got this comment, okay? It says, LOL, this is the majority of people though. People are sheep, low capacity for critical thinking and introspection. And I said, all of us are like this. We're all born babies and we learn along the way. That's why we need to make sure that people have more resources. It's not a brag to say most people are sheep. It's a reflection of your character. It's dehumanizing language. The point of this video isn't to brag. It's to point out the issues and solve problems for why humans do what they do. This same person, this same person that's like, people are sheep, low capacity for critical thinking. Scroll up. And then they said, wait, what? Like, if I'm really into Quincy Jones, it's offensive to have him as my profile pic. Context, that video that about Elle, the vegan, she was having a debate with this guy, and this guy was using this black guy as his icon. And we were questioning whether it was racist. Because digital blackface is a thing, racism is a thing. Like, it's an interesting way. Okay, so then they said, they said, wait, what? Like, if I'm really into Quincy Jones, it's offensive. So the same person who's like, people are sheep, they can't introspect, people are so stupid, we're like, wait, racism's bad? And I was like, oh. So then I was like, didn't you just write on another comment that people are sheep and don't think deeply? now you are doing just that, which is why we need to realize we don't know everything. I said we need to keep learning. Digital blackface is a real thing. Would be worth looking into. Being a fan of is not the same thing as using black imagery as a joke. So obviously, like, if you're really into Quincy Jones, I don't think it's a big deal if you use him as your icon. But that's not really what is happening in this social context. So it's funny the way we just start assuming that we're not sheep and we're the ones who figured it out. Everyone else is like stupid. Listen, when we say people are stupid, which we're moving towards hard-headed or other language, it's not to say that we're the best. It's to say like, damn, why are people like this though? So let's go through some of these TikToks.
Scientifically proven that the vast majority of it's been scientifically proven that the vast majority of people actually are just sheeple. A few years ago, Nat Geo conducted these sheeple experiments. They put like 10 people in a waiting room and then told them to stand whenever a beep came over the intercom. They wanted to see if this woman would eventually start standing too, for no reason other than she just simply saw that everyone else was doing it. The name of this psychological phenomenon is called herd mentality. A certain percentage of humans are more likely to offload their decision making to the rest of the herd. And as you can see, eventually she did end up standing, even though she literally doesn't know why she or the other people are doing this. For the second half of the experiment, they removed all the actors, started letting more normal people, non-actors, come into the waiting room in order to see if they would do the same thing. What they found was that they too started standing, even though they literally have no reason why, making this a classic example of herd mentality. Apparently, 95% of people have evolved to have herd mentality, which would make the 5% of you who say you have difficulty conforming the actual mutants here. So get in the comments and let me know what you would have done if you were in the waiting room.
Well, so I find stuff like this very interesting because a part of me was like, so this is one of those moments where people go, "Ugh, I'm smarter. I would do the opposite." If you are triggered by PDA and you don't do something because everyone else is doing it, that doesn't make you a rebel. It means your disability is now keeping you from doing something that's maybe necessary sometimes, right? So like people standing up because everybody else is doing it could also be a signal of safety. It could also be they want to feel safe. It could also be that they're like, oh, is this a cultural thing? There's so many reasons why people do what they do. And I think when people hear this, they go, oh, I would do the opposite. I wouldn't even do that. Or they'd say something like, it's a pride thing. Like, oh, they're so stupid. Why would they do that? We're all stupid. This is why I say, like, again, you can't live life going, everybody's a sheep except me. What does that even mean? Like, what does that even mean? Everybody's having a different relationship with introspection, extrospection. Everyone is having a different relationship with what words mean and how we exist on the planet. So what would I have done if everyone kept standing? I probably been like, oh shit, are we doing something? I probably would have been like, oh, hey, what are we doing? Like, is this, I probably would have stood up and said, oh, what are we doing? Are we doing something? Because like, obviously something's happening. Right? But most people are also not necessarily in my category of person. I'm a pretty outspoken person. I'm a Taurus. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm obviously going to be like, hey, what's going on? Not everyone's going to do that though. Some people are like, oh, something must be going on because otherwise why would functional adults be doing this? Like, it is just as reasonable to think there must be a reason we're doing this as it is to think there might not be a reason we're doing this. Do you know what I'm saying? Because otherwise, if you're in that social experiment, why in the world would a bunch of adults be doing this if there wasn't a reason? Like, otherwise it'd be stupid. So like, just assuming that because you know it's an experiment, like you have to imagine you don't know it's an experiment. You have to realize you do not know what's going on. And so you have to assume somebody knows something you don't know. And that's why you're like, oh, hey, what are we doing? Okay, next example.
This proves that people are like sheep. Look at this massive traffic jam. Backed right up down the street as well. Backed up everywhere. Everyone's waiting in line. The traffic is not moving. It's not going anywhere because it's a parked car. They're all waiting for a parked car.
Okay, so I'm a driver. I've driven all my life. Well, when I was 18. And I'm just going to remind people that we've also been taught not to cut in line. We've also been taught that, like, don't miss your exit. We've also been taught wait our turn. So even though, like, there is this line happening, what's more interesting is that you don't recognize that it also would have been crazy for you to cut the line. So it would make sense that people kind of assume it's a line. The issue wasn't the 10th car back because they can't see what's going on. The issue was the first car up front. The issue is the third car up front. The issue was whoever was that first car who's parked in front of the parked car, do you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you, they're in a parked lane. So the issue is like one person made a mistake and everybody followed. But the people all the way in the back who can't see up front, they're not sheep. They're doing what makes sense according to traffic laws. This is how traffic works. So again, when you make these assumptions like, oh, people are such sheep. Well, hello, there are rules to the road, you know? So again, I think if anything, I would be annoyed with the person maybe at the front, but not at the back. They can't see, right? It doesn't make sense. Okay, next video. This says the earth would be saved if humanity died out. So this is like a little different of a energy.
And it's so bad for the earth. I honestly think the earth would just be better if humanity died out, is what I would say if I was a fucking sheep like the rest of you guys. I will never agree with this doomerist mindset. Like, yeah, we're so bad for the environment, let's just all die out. You don't understand what we need to go through to get to that point. Who do you think's the first to go? Us regular people. And especially those who are poorer, marginalized, and less fortunate. Like, you're going to torture them to death with this type of narrative. In fact, I'd argue that that type of mindset is just propaganda spun by freaking like big oil and all of these companies that do huge damage to the environment. That's propaganda spun by them to make us give up and not fight for restorative legislation. And damn, you guys fall for that shit. I also don't understand on the principle you're like, yeah, society is a plague to the earth. You live in this society, bro. I live in this society. What do you mean you don't want it to continue? Are you dumb? It's like that one quote from Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh, why do you want to save the galaxy? Because I live here, bro. It actually astonishes me the degree to which people will go just to be like edgy and like quirky and like different and seemingly enlightened when you guys are the sheep. You guys are the target audience. Wow, like they got you. You know, humanity is so bad.
So there's a lot to say here. Generally, I agree with her, actually, that I do think doomerism is just a form of thinking you are superior because you're like, the world is ending, we might as well give up. Like, what's more arrogant than assuming that because you've given up, the rest of us should? Jesus Christ. Like, okay, also, how do you on one side of your mouth say the world's a horrible place and then give up on that world? Like, which one is it? And then what's worse is most of these doomers end up having kids, so you can go fuck yourself. Like, so many doomers I know end up building families. So, like, I don't even want to hear you talk, you know what I mean? And so, and those same doomers are always people who are like, I don't have friends. Okay, so you want friends in a world that's going to end? Like, how about you maintain the earth so you're like, your friends have somewhere to be? You know, there's so many things to this. Okay. Obviously, the problem with human beings as a species is that we have the evolution, or we have the arrogance that evolution has given us. We have the ability to think deeper, but then we don't engage in it. And so then we just come up with these solutions that feel really good, like doomerism, nihilism, whatever. When we talk about even like radically accepting that we're animals on a planet, it's not saying, oh, we're animals and nothing matters. Like, acceptance doesn't look like doomerism. Acceptance does not, in the Buddhist sense, acceptance does not look like nihilism. Okay, so we have to accept we're animals on a planet. Then we have to accept that there's like just things about us that is destructive, like things about us that are not great, that, you know, all of these layered realities that we do have to accept. But this acceptance, like coming to the radical acceptance about humanity, is not about ego. It's not like, oh, I'm smarter than everybody else. It's about humility. I have the humility to accept that I'm an animal on a planet. I have the humility to accept that I will die. I have the humility to accept that the earth is what it is. I have the humility to accept it's not about being superior. And so I do think people confuse this. Now, people also had commentary. This commentary was around to the vegan guy, yes, but we also talked about conservatives and Republicans a little bit. And then I found this TikTok to kind of further that conversation. Let's see what we think. I haven't watched it all the way through. So it says, low intellect. This is a comment they got. Low intellects are liberals. They need to follow. They can't think for themselves. Sheep liberals. And then he's responding to that. So let's see.
Sheep are people. So can we agree that sheep are people who are submissive to authority and don't think for themselves? Progressives versus conservatives, who's more sheepier? God, that was really stupid. Jesus Christ. So this is from a meta-analysis of 7 decades of research into the authoritarian personality. Quote, we conclude that A, there is a large body of evidence including data from 6 continents and many different measures documenting a positive association between authoritarianism and right-wing conservatism. It's funny, ideological tendency towards just believing religion, thinking men should be above women, thinking certain races are above another, thinking that rich people are inherently better than poor people. It's funny how that correlates with authoritarian tendencies. In fact, authoritarian tendencies, especially having an authoritarian personality, is arguably the strongest correlation with support for Donald Trump, and that there is still no convincing counter evidence that authoritarianism is equally prevalent on the left and right in Western societies, despite many attempts to procure such evidence. Now, I personally have gone through 7 decades of research into, is left-wing authoritarianism even a thing? And it just isn't really a thing, folks. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if it triggers you that authoritarianism is just a right-wing thing. I'm so sorry. So sorry, bud. You're just projecting.
So, it is interesting because I think, again, let me draw it on a map. Hold on. So, okay. Okay. You're born into existence, no matter where you're born, and your parents, with good intentions, let's say we're going to be optimistic, hand you information. Thanks, mom, dad, mom, dad. Thanks, they, whatever. Thanks, parent. Okay. And then you take this info, and here's the main info box. Okay. And you start to deconstruct it. You take it apart. Okay. And as you're taking it apart, you're like, oh, you can't see some of these. You're like, hold on, this is wrong. The fuck? Wait, where did they get this? This is not even fucking true. And then you're like, okay, wait, good news. This one is real. Okay, this one's real. Okay, yeah, they're kind of like, this is like kind of half good. Okay, it's got little Christmas colors happen. And then you, okay, this is the you have to be like, fuck, what's true? You don't then go like this. You don't then go back into your own fucking stupid brain, because you can't be the arbiter of what's true, you stupid idiot. You got this information from stupid idiots, right? You got to go, okay, I'm smart, my parents are smart, but we're also stupid. So who else could have better information? I don't know, maybe the world. I don't know, maybe 8 billion other fucking people. I don't know, maybe them. But all those fucking people also have stupid parents who also made us stupid. And then all those people also have kids who went, hey, hold on, I think my parents might be bad about this. And then these people, oh, remember your parents I mentioned earlier? Yeah, they're somebody else's kids. So then they had parents who were fucking stupid, okay? And they had to come up and be like, no, this information's wrong, mom and dad. I'm going to give the right information to my kid. And then you grew up and you're like, wait, this information's fucking right and wrong. I'm going to give my kid better information. And then your kid's like, damn, my parents are stupid. I'm going to give my kid better information. And then they're like, hey, my parents were stupid. I'm going to give my and it continues and it continues and continues. We're all fucking stupid. And every generation has more information than the next, hopefully, and we give it to each other. So when you sit here and go like, I'm not a sheep, you're a sheep. You're a fucking sheep, stupid. And you're doing this thing where you're so fucking hard-headed, you can't accept the fact that, first of all, there's nothing wrong with being a sheep. They're fucking cute. There's nothing wrong with being a herd animal. Community is great. There's nothing wrong with spending your life eating grass. I wish we would eat and smoke it. Okay? So when we sit there and we put ourselves on these pedestals where we're like, we are so smart, we are so perfect, we are this, it also plays into our hero worship. So then I made a comment on this video. Remember how we watched this video? I made this comment.
Jane Goodall, rest in peace, queen, is the woman who discovered that chimpanzees live in complex...
I mean, rest in peace, white woman who got celebrity status when she was funded by people and took all the credit away from the indigenous and local people who lived in the places that she ventured into.
Patriarchal societies with strict, often violent, linear hierarchies.
Okay, so it was a Jane Goodall comment that I made. And then, of course, somebody was in my chat or somebody was in my comment and they were like, I don't understand why that was necessary. Jane Goodall didn't steal from anything from anyone. Her accomplishments shouldn't be dismissed because of her privilege. She took the time and effort to understand something. Anyone could have done it. Anyone could have done it. But she did it. Why act so shitty? Okay, first of all, we could tear that apart, right, girls? We know. We know, you know, I know, you know. Okay, we know nobody does shit alone ever, period. So the fact that they're like, anybody could have been Jane Goodall, but Jane Goodall was Jane Goodall. Okay, girl. So then I said, hey, it isn't about taking her accomplishments away. If you don't know the history, you only get the TV version of how she got there. I recommend you look into it. I didn't know either, but it really shows you how systems of oppression find a way to uplift some people for brownie points as it comes at the expense of the people she worked with, the land that was occupied, and so on. No one gets anywhere alone, but we only ever learn one name. Because obviously Jane Goodall wasn't by herself. There was a team, there were people, there was funding. So then this person said, you literally said white woman who gets celebrity status when she was funded by people and took all the credit away from the indigenous and local people who lived in places she ventured into. Let's break that down. They said all research is funded by someone unless you're so privileged and wealthy to be able to do whatever you want all the time. It's a silly to point this out. Celebrity status. Why was that not deserved? ? Her work was a big deal. She changed the field. She was a role model for women. That doesn't mean she or anyone should be idolized, but it is not as if she sought celebrity. That came as recognition for her contributions. They went on to say, what credit did she take from indigenous people of Tanzania? They weren't studying and documenting chimpanzee behavior. She did. Okay, remember that. And white. So would it have been better if she were Indian, Algerian, Egyptian? Why are you mad at her skin? I'm sorry. First of all, I'm not going to get into it. Okay. Then they went on and said the sole purpose of bringing up any of this seems to knock down someone who accomplished more than you. You're like an armchair quarterback, denigrating those denigrating those they could never hope to rival. You're a very petty person with a poisonous worldview. Hope it makes great content for you. And I said, okay, so you aren't going to look into it? Wishing you well. Because like, okay, so you're not like gonna look into it? That's fine, I guess. Okay. Okay. Just we've watched this before on stream before, but just like for
video on my page,
just like for some context, okay? Just like
and people were like, do not shine a light on her. She is a Zionist. And I was like,
yeah. A good friend of mine framed Jane Goodall's legacy as one that ignores all the colonialism happening in the background, and I could not agree more. So let's continue to untangle some of these narratives about her legacy, but let's start from the beginning. Jane Goodall went to Kenya to stay on a friend's farm. This was in 1957. Kenya at this time is still controlled by British colonialists. It is not an independent state yet. Although we never truly learned details about this friend and the farm that they live on, we can assume that it was a settler farm in the White Highlands, where the British colonial state expropriated.
By the way, if you don't believe her, because I'm showing you a TikTok of a girl that you're like, well, I don't even know who she is, you could also just Google any of this information. Okay, like, don't think I watched a TikTok and went, oh, it must be true. I also was Googling while I was listening to this TikTok, and I'm like, yeah, shit, I didn't know any of this about Jane Goodall. Like, I didn't know about her ties to Israel, which she then goes on to cover how Jane Goodall brought her work and wisdom to Israel. Here's Jane Goodall opening her conservation in Israel. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you know, I didn't know that shit either, but like when you put it into perspective and you read about it, you're just like, oh shit, that makes a lot of sense that Jane became the face of something amazing. And also, what about all the people around her? What about who funded her? What about the white supremacist perspective on it? What about, like, again, I understand that people, it's, you know, it feels complicated and layered, and it is. And that's the point of what I'm trying to tell you. You can't pedestal people. And also, you have to accept that everybody is flawed. And then you have to accept that nobody got where they were alone. So Jane being the face was not an accident. You know what I mean? Like the audacity that this white woman was the first one to do what she was doing, period, as if other people, local and indigenous, weren't also researching in their own way and capacity. This goes back to the video that they even posted on, which is about this idea that cave people, from our understanding, was this very like patriarchal setup, instead of understanding that they were literally learning how to forage and survive in a world where they didn't have Google. And you act like indigenous people don't have a knowledge that is just as important and intelligent as university study when it comes to surviving often with the land. And so it's like when you have these conversations, I understand it sounds like I'm just trying to take credit away from Jane. I'm not trying to take credit away from her. I'm trying to be realistic about how she got there and whose names we never got to learn and whose faces we never saw. And why does this woman get upheld? Why did this woman get it? And we have to remember that everything is political. So everything becomes a marketing strategy, which means that the people whose faces we do see, the people whose names we do learn, the ways that we understand information is deliberate. And it's also because we as human beings, we are bigoted and racist and prejudiced, and we constantly prove every day that we are racist. Like, I mean, look what's happening with this fucking Nolan movie. You know what I mean? Like, Jesus Christ, like, it's just so obvious to me that as much as people want to say, I'm not racist, but like nobody would go to war for a black woman. It's like, what are we even talking about? The patriarchal concept of going to war for the love of beauty of a woman is still stupid. But on top of it, you think it could never be a black woman? Not to mention one of the most beautiful black women of all time. And it's like, when we have these conversations, I just think that we ourselves, we don't hear the way we talk. You know, so this chatter who came in with all of this passion, with all of this, like, I can't believe you're going after Jane. I can't believe you're saying this about Jane. You don't even know her. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know this woman. So like, either you are her biggest fan and you know nothing about her, or you're her biggest fan who refuses or who knows everything about her but is ignoring it. So which one is it? You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Okay. Let me just show you a little bit more of this though.
Mass amounts of land for settlers. So that's colonialism in the background, number one. A responsible retelling of history, 0. During her time in Kenya, she comes into contact with Louis Leakey, who ends up being her mentor. She's one of 3 women who were handpicked by Louis Leakey to study primates.
Who, by the way, they call Louis Leakey's proteges, they call him like Leakey's like angels, you know, they call them Leakey's angels, which is just gross. So this rich white man comes in and funds all these people, and they start to call the women like Leakey angels. Like, just process that information.
60s and the 70s. Who is this Louis Leakey anyway? Well, he was a British paleoanthropologist born in Kenya to British missionaries. His work, his research, his access to the wilderness, all funded and made possible by the colonial government. He's hailed for helping prove that human evolution.
I mean, just listen to his origin story.
Began in Africa. What's never mentioned is that his work relied on African indigenous trackers, people who knew the areas that he was doing his research in better than he did. Yet those trackers are never cited, quoted, or given credit. Colonialism in the
This is so important. So a person who came from the evangelicals, the often, you know, Christian evangelicals who go into places of the earth to spread Christianity, it's disgusting. You're disgusting people, because it always comes at the expense of the locals. So here's this man whose legacy is this is his parents' legacy. And then when he decides to do what he wants to do with his privilege, it comes with the work off the backs of these communities, these local communities who we never get to know. And that's the point. He could have done nothing without the locals. Jane could have done nothing without the locals. And they're never held to the same standard. It's never them. It's never the community. It's never their discovery. It's never their work. And that's the bullshit. It's also the bullshit of how capitalism ends up working in terms of like the CEOs versus the workers. The CEOs would be nothing without their workers, but the workers are never given the credit. Because under patriarchy and white supremacy and capitalism, we need a singular hero. We've decided the singular hero gets all the credit for billions of people's efforts. Like literally millions of people are the reason this one person, you know their name. And that's why I sit there and I say what I do. I'm not saying that Jane Goodall didn't have something. I'm not saying I don't contribute, you contribute. I'm not saying none of us do nothing. I'm saying that in a world where we never do anything alone, where is the credit to the other people who also helped?
Background, 2 points. Responsible retelling of history, 0 points. So Jane becomes his protege and he sends her to Gombe.
Sorry, this also plays into the sheep mentality that I talked about earlier. So because we think like everyone is a sheep except for the exception, it's also taught to us through history. So instead of aspiring to be like the trackers and the locals that helped, you aspire to be like Jane Goodall because she got the celebrity. She got the cover on the magazine. She got the interviews. But that's why people aspire to be famous more than they aspire to know what they're talking about or aspire to actually help and do something. Like becoming a celebrity. Actually, Dr. Ball said this, FD signifier. Oh, fuck, I should have brought up the timestamp. I don't have it with me, but FD signifier talked about how Dr. Ball says you can't be radical, popular and rich at the same time. And he was talking about Charlemagne and all these celebrities. And I absolutely agree with this. I've been saying this as well. It's absolutely true that if you are famous and popular and rich, I raise an eyebrow at you. How radical could you be and that well-liked? And that's why I say, like, the ability to get famous is the ability to make compromises, is the ability to make ethical compromises, you know?
Tanzania. She's there to study chimps at Gombe National Park, which at this point is a reserve created by the colonial administration, having stripped indigenous people of their land. So she's already operating within a colonial framework, which is interesting, right? Considering that a lot of the headlines coming out around this time about her work are framing her as this lone British woman in the wilderness by herself. Number one, is she by herself? She has trackers and African indigenous people with her.
Exactly. They're like, oh my God, this amazing woman. Like the way that I learned about Jane Goodall, this video transformed my whole perspective on Jane, because I did grow up with this very specific narrative about Jane Goodall. And then you just keep learning about her and you're like, wait a fucking second. Wait a second. Because it sells a better story. That's why I say, like, history is a story they're telling us with like some sprinkles of truth. Okay, now that video's long, so I'm gonna skip it, but you should go check out this creator. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and link this here. I'm gonna link this video. Hopefully that link works. Okay. And then I want you to see this video here about Jane and Israel and how it can be both things. She can call out the atrocities of what Israel or Netanyahu was doing and still make deals with Israel, okay?
Jane Goodall having an institute in Israel, and that is a reflection of her Zionism, and people were all up in arms saying that she couldn't be Zionist because she criticized Netanyahu. It's easy to criticize Netanyahu. In fact, many liberal Zionists have been able to slip under the radar this way because they've been critical of Netanyahu, but what they won't say is that they are completely in support of the state of Israel carving itself out of Palestinian land. They love the idea that you think the genocide is only 2 years old. The genocide is more than 75 years old because it began before 1948 when Israel was officially created. They love that many of you think this is a Netanyahu problem instead of an Israeli problem. There have always been dead babies in Gaza, to use Van Jones's words, but the thing is, the world could go without seeing them for a long time. Now that people are overtly seeing them day in, day out, liberal Zionists can come in and pretend to be so angry at all the killing that's done to uphold their society. But it has always been done. The problem is that Netanyahu has shattered the plausible deniability that Israel has used for so long, pretending to be a normal country just like any other. Netanyahu has completely shattered the illusion. That is what a lot of liberal Zionists are angry at. But if the eradication of Gaza and babies could be a little bit quieter like it was previously, then they'd be fine with it, because at the end of the day, they're still Zionists. They still believe in upholding an ethno-state, which must ethnically cleanse in order to exist. It's easy to hate Netanyahu. He's a very hateable guy. It's harder to say decolonize Palestine and give the land back. Jane Goodall has always operated within a colonial context. Her career began within a colonial context. She came to Kenya before it was...
I believe Jane Goodall advocated in this article, I believe it says she advocated for more or less a two-state solution. Like she wanted both Israel and Palestinians. This one, she knew the history of Israel and Palestinians and longed for both to have self-determination and sustainable existence. This, I think, is a two-state solution call, which is exactly what she's trying to say here.
Independent during the Mau Mau uprising, an anti-British independence movement that was so brutally crushed. The conservation parks that she worked in were created by removing and kicking out indigenous people off of their land. Colonialists created conservation as a way of expropriating land from indigenous people. Conservation is colonialism. It's colonial through and through. There is no ifs, ands. There's no arguing about that. The way Bedouins in the Negev, where this institute in Israel is located, are treated is the same to how indigenous Africans are treated around conservation parks. Her Zionism is not a departure of her politic, it's a continuation of it. She worked within colonial infrastructures at the start and continued them via the NGO industrial complex, which is a tool of neocolonialism. That is the reality.
So, okay, hold on. Chat is fighting. So let me see. Chat is saying...
trackers, people who knew the areas. She's one of 3 women apologists born in Kenya to British and began in Africa. What's never mentioned is that his work relied on Africa recited, quoted, or given credit. Colonialism in the background. 2. Jane becomes his protege and he sends her to Gombe, Tanzania. She's there to study chimps at Gombe National Park, which at this point is a reserve created by the colonial administration, having stripped indigenous people of their land. So she's already operating within a colonial framework.
Like, are you listening to that part at all? Because that's your focus. So, okay, listen. So chat goes... The passage didn't say she was in the jungle all by herself. It said she was a lone woman in the jungle with a bunch of men. She didn't do it all alone. No one claims she did. Literally, the claim of the original chatter is that Jane did it alone. So you need to use your fucking brain right now. Because, okay, the original person who is angry at me is making a large claim, whether you like it or not, that Jane did it alone. That anybody could have been Jane, but Jane's the one who did it. That's the claim. And so whether or not you like it, the narrative is that Jane was solo, that it was Jane's work alone. That is the narrative we are taught generally about Jane Goodall, at least in the bubble I grew up in, and certainly in the work that I've seen about Jane Goodall, is that it was Jane. Now, pay attention to what this creator is trying to do. She's trying to remind you that this land was already stripped, that the indigenous people were already targeted. Leakey allegedly even participated in or promoted any policy or legislation to get indigenous people out of their land, right?
Which is interesting, right? Considering that a lot of the headlines coming out around this time about her work are framing her as this lone British woman in the wilderness.
Pay attention. The headlines that are coming out. She said, while she wrote about her findings, the men were weary. Jane Goodall was thin, frail looking. She looked scientifically She lacked scientific training. She had no degree. A lone woman in the wild of East Africa studying chimpanzee behavior, vulnerable to violent weather, predatory animals, poisonous snakes, and malaria mosquitoes, to be asked to kick in 400 pounds. So what do you mean? Listen, the lone woman in the wilds of East Africa, the lone woman, you're being very pedantic where you're like, okay, but it's not saying she was literally alone. You're acting like the narrative isn't that she is alone because she is literally alone there. You're not getting it, okay? And I will block you if you do not put on your good faith hat and really think about what you're saying, okay? Okay? You said I'm the same person. I didn't say she did it alone, but was the one who was funded. You did say that if you're this commenter because you said, where is it? You said, okay, anyone could have done it, but she did it. Anyone could have done it, but she did it. What do you mean she did it? You mean she's the lone one who did it? She's the only one who did it? That's what that means grammatically. Anyone could have done it, but she did it. She took the time and effort in understanding something. Anyone could have done it. She did it. That's what that sentence means. She did it. Okay, so are you sure this is you? Yeah, you have the same username. Okay, do you want to take back what you said? You know? Okay. So again, when we have these conversations, okay, the point is, all right, Chad says, I'm on your side. Are we giving too much credit to the men she was with, especially the misogynistic men, possibly misogynistic men? Okay, I'm not saying that Jane Goodall, going back, Jane Goodall deserves credit for what she did. You can both contribute something and do something and not do it alone. You're doing the thing that I'm telling you not to do. I am saying, once again, that Jane obviously faced misogyny. She obviously is going to be the lone woman in the group. She's obviously going to have struggle. She obviously did amazing things. And up until the day she died, and she was dealing with problematic behavior. She engaged, again, with going to Israel and making speeches. Hold on. Okay. This is Israel News, okay? This is one of the Israeli news channels.
World-renowned primatologist, environmental activist, and UN peace messenger Dame Jane Goodall addressing Tel Aviv by video link on Wednesday and announcing that the newest branch of her famed Jane Goodall Institute soon coming to Israel, and the branch to be based at Max Stern Jezreel Valley College in northern Israel, where one of Goodall's longtime colleagues and friends, Dr. Itai Rothman, is a teacher and researcher. Additionally, Rothman himself is an evolutionary anthropologist and environmental activist with a long history of conservation work in Israel. Now, as for the new institute, Israel will be the 26th branch around the globe and will work with local populations, municipalities, communities.
Oh, is that local population going to be the Palestinians that Netanyahu is genociding? What about all the Palestinians who want to go into this field, who want to go into this work, but they can't right now because Netanyahu is trying to kill them? Do you know what I'm saying? She is a problematic person, a Zionist by this connection. And the fact that you guys are ignoring that, or the Jane Goodall fans are ignoring that, is crazy. As a genocide is happening, she's like, yo, I want to build my shit in Israel. Like, what are we doing? Okay, she's Jane Goodall. Can't she do anything else? She's Jane Goodall. Doesn't she have the money and the resources to do anything else? Why didn't she put her conservation in Palestine? Oh, maybe because it's getting genocided? You know what that's all I'm saying. I'm saying stop putting this woman on a pedestal. Give her where credit is due and move on. Give people credit, give them their flowers, and then move the fuck on. But this need to double down, this need to do this thing. Okay, this also plays into Frida Kahlo. I love Frida Kahlo. Love Frida's work. Girl was problematic, okay? This is a funny TikTok, okay, that of Madeline Pendleton, and listen to them.
Remember, millennials tried to cancel Frida Kahlo for cultural appropriation. We tried to do that, my people. That's what my people brought to the table. Gen Z tried to cancel Eminem. You fools. My generation tried to cancel Frida Kahlo. So
Okay, Madeline's saying that like it wasn't literally valid to question Frida Kahlo, okay?
Hello, a culture vulture? Let's talk about it. I recently made a video. Is Frida Kahlo a culture vulture? Let's talk about it. I recently made a video about the absolutely stunning indigenous fashion from Oaxaca, but I also shared images of Frida Kahlo wearing traditional Oaxacan clothing. Some of the most impactful comments was that Frida Kahlo profited off Oaxacan culture in her art. Frida was born and raised in a middle-class family in Coyoacan, a borough in Mexico City. She was mestiza. After the Mexican Revolution, there was a national push to unite all these different ethnicities and races, so a lot of artists and writers started to include indigenous images in their work. The self-portrait I showed in my last video is one of Frida's most famous paintings, where she painted herself as an indigenous woman from Tehuantepec, a city in Oaxaca. When a Mexican magazine asked her about wearing Tehuana dresses, she famously said, "I've never been to Tehuantepec, nor do I have any connection to the town. But of all Mexican dresses, it's the one I liked the most." Wearing or using cultural pieces without acknowledging their cultural significance is, by definition, cultural appropriation. There's plenty of photos of Frida wearing huipils, rebozos, and resplandors, all traditional Oaxacan pieces. And fast forward to today, Frida is used as the token Mexican artist. Was Frida an incredible Mexican artist? Yes. But did her use of Oaxacan pieces in her life and in her art not match up with what could have been sincere intentions? Also, yes. Let's keep the conversation going. Is Frida Kahlo...
Okay, all I'm saying is it's both, right? Like when we have these conversations and we're trying to really get to the root and the depth of history, and we're trying to get to the depth of humanity and how we got here, we have to be able to say and both, right? Chad said, "You're the one who can't move on, though. It was a small recognition of Goodall's work in the original video that you're reacting to that just had to interrupt it to bring it up." Are you 12? Tell me right now, are you a child? Because I don't want to bully a child. Are you a child? I'm going to have to respectfully block you because your inability to process how crazy you were in my chat is so interesting. Bro, you ranted at me in my comment section after I was so fucking nice to you. And then you're here in my chat in my live stream today. You just showed up at my work and you're yelling at me because you literally can't put two thoughts together right now. Think about the social context in which you are engaging in. You left a comment on my channel. You said, "Why act so shitty about it?" So you've insulted me. I said, "Hey, I answered so fucking nicely to you, bro." And then you ranted at me without doing any of your research. Okay? And now you're mad because you are literally the example. You said you just need things to be problematic. You're silly. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and block you. You're obviously a child or an adult who's not willing to deconstruct, and it is what it is. But this is exactly the point. It's not that human beings are sheep negative. It's that human beings aren't doing the work to deeply think about why they do what they do. All of us everywhere. Trust me, if they ever make a documentary about my life, there will be problematic parts of my documentary, okay? The point isn't that we're not problematic. The point is that we have to do something about it. So when you say like, you're just looking for things to be problematic, I don't have to look very hard. Things are just problematic. You know, and that's what it is. And that's what it is. So whether it's your fave Frida Kahlo or it's your fave Jane Goodall or it's your fave Brittany Simon, it's problematic. And that's what it is. Okay, so we have to do our best to give people their flowers, recognize they did, and also say and. Okay, and. Your favorites are not exceptions to this. Your parents are not exceptions to this. You, listen to me when I say this, you are not an exception to this. We have to have the humility. It's all about humility. It's not about ego. It's about saying, okay, I have the humility to know, I don't know what you're talking about. I have the humility to say, honestly, I was misinformed. I have the humility to say, I was wrong. It's about humility. And that's the focus here. But isn't this a great example? Look at this chatter leaving me a message, me responding in kind. Like I tried to respond very kindly. And then boom. And this is what I'm saying. Like, you know what, as my job, it's a weird job. You wake up every day to hundreds of comments of people telling you you're fucking stupid. And I get it because I'm sitting here making comments like this person doesn't know what they're talking about. The only difference between me and them is I'm saying none of us know what we're talking about until we do. Sometimes we know what we're talking about and sometimes we don't. Okay. Or, you know, on that same video, I misspoke And 2 people took it very seriously, which I thought was really interesting, okay? This says, I said in the video, I was talking really fast. And I just said, it's like when you're being taught that like the pyramids came before Jesus or after Jesus. And I was like, or Jesus became before the pyramids. I misspoke. That's obviously not true. Even if you grew up Christian, we all know the pyramids came first, because how would Prince of Egypt been made? Like, obviously we know that's true. I just misspoke. I literally was talking fast on a stream and misspoke. And I just figured my audience could put it together. I just figured you guys would get it. And people literally were like, fun fact, actually, the pyramids came before Jesus. Like, I know, girl. It's like people who also watch streams can't tell when people are misspeaking. Like, they can't tell when they're like, oh, Brittany's brain moved too fast. Like, she didn't mean that. And I get why you wouldn't know that, because most of the people who have come onto my videos in the last week have no idea who I am, have never seen me, and they also have no way to socially make context for the social, like, but this is what I'm saying, even when you're meeting strangers at the store. Do you guys not see the difference when people misspeak or they just say things like they didn't mean to say? You know what I mean? Versus like, that's what I'm saying about human beings. No, we don't always have that ability. We can't always tell what, you know, we have to do a lot of work to, you know, for each other. So I'm saying be kind and compassionate to yourself, but also know, right? Chat says, I did fixate on that comment, Brittany, but yeah, I knew you were most likely misspoke and was making a broader point. Yeah, I was making a broader point. Exactly. I was trying to make a broader point. I think people also forget that I am live and I don't pre-script. It's not like I'm scripting my live streams. So when I'm talking, everything's coming to me at once. And then I see a comment section of 200 people talking to me. And then I have my Discord talking to me. And I can see everything regardless of if I like it or not. I can see that, you know, I'm looking at 3 monitors right now and I'm talking. So it's like, you know, you know what I mean? But anyways. Okay. Chat says, I suppose the counter the celebrity Jane could show a picture of a group, acknowledge the people who helped. I suppose the counter to celebrity Jane could show. It's not about Jane. We're talking about systems of oppression. Like at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, Jane is just a pawn and a symptom of a system. It's not even about Jane having the most responsibility. It's about all the men who funded her, all the colonizers who came before, all the colonialism that existed. Like, we're talking about all the eroding of the indigenous people to make room for a Jane Goodall, right? Jane isn't the arbiter. Jane is a benefactor. She's a beneficiary of the erosion of the indigenous people there. And so it's not even about putting it all on Jane's shoulders. It's about just acknowledging that it exists and then doing something about it, right? Okay. Now the next segment we're about to go into, let me double check here. Let me make sure I got this correct. Actually, hold on. Actually, let's do this. One more part to this segment that I actually want to do before we actually move on. Hold on. Let me prepare it. Is actually, hello? Okay, let me bring this up. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, before we move on, I actually just one last part about autistic superiority that I actually think plays into this. So we talked about normies allegedly making content about like everybody's a sheep. Then we talked about fangirls, about uplifting their favorites and putting on them a pedestal. But then there's the intersection between neurodivergency and superiority that I know we've talked about before, but I just want to land on. So here's an example of like autism in a world built for sheep. It is like, okay, brother.
I do not miss social cues. I do not have a problem with authority. I do not need to learn how the world works. I ask why. And if you can't tell me why, then I'm not going to do whatever the fuck you just told me to do. I do not miss...
So there's this idea of like, I'm a rebel. I stand out. I go against the crowd. Like, neurodivergents are so normie. They just get told they just follow the script. They don't think for themselves. Okay, is Elon Musk thinking for himself because he's autistic? Just because you're autistic, which, hello, is a disability, does not mean you are like thinking different or better than everybody else. Okay? Here's another example. The neurodivergents are terrible sheep.
Yo, us neurodivergent people, sometimes we gotta hold the neuro-vanilla people's hand and like kind of walk them through things a little bit because they don't really understand everything. They don't do all the hyper-analyzation and the processing of everything that we do. The reason why a lot of them get to like the higher up positions because they just, yes sir, yes ma'am, yes sir, all the way up, and they don't ask any questions. They can't answer why because they don't know. They never asked why, so no one ever told them why, and they have no idea why. The good old corporate schedule loves them some sheep. Yeah, we'll let you manage this department because we can manage you. That's why they don't like us. They can't manage us. We start asking why. We start looking at the details and they get scared. We figure out too much information. We're going to realize that everybody's incompetent. Threatened by us because they can't control us. I mean, we can't control us half the time either, but like, that's a different problem. They'll never admit it. They need us. They need our intuition. They need our little calculation. All of the great minds are crazy people like us. The people who just sit there and do what they're told never do anything other than what they're told to do. Because we get to the top of something and we start finding problems and solving problems. And solving problems usually threatens their existence. Because why do I need a team lead and an assistant manager and a district manager to watch over the manager? So just do it because they say so. They just do it because they're told to. It's because my disorder doesn't just blindly follow this order. Bars. All right.
38,000 likes. Honestly, bro, rough. That was rough for me. I don't like content like that. I don't appreciate content like that. I don't agree with content like that. You know, it's just making you feel good. It's just making you feel like, you know, because you've been ostracized your whole life and you do have problems that like, see, your problems aren't actually because you're disabled. It's actually because the world is a horrible place. Like, it could be both. You know what I mean? Like, it could literally just be both. So, okay, this is Stars and Cosmos, they, them, and I really like their content.
If you do not believe that you are disordered in any way, why do you believe you have autism spectrum disorder? And like, same thing with ADHD. If you do not believe you are disordered in any way, if you do not feel like these traits have any negative impact on your life, why do you believe you have attention deficit hyperactive disorder? Like, at this point, I'm genuinely asking, like, I want to know, because I have compulsions, but I'm not going to say I have obsessive compulsive disorder because I don't. Like, I like things to be even, so sometimes I'll hit my foot and I'll feel like I have to hit the other one because everything needs to be even.
Sure.
That doesn't mean I have OCD because it genuinely does not negatively impact my life, unlike someone with POCD who genuinely cannot leave the house because they're terrified that they're going to hurt a child. Autistic and ADHD traits exist in the general population. That does not mean every single person has autism or ADHD, because the whole difference is rising to the level of a disorder. Every single person gets impatient at stop signs. Not every single person is so impulsive and hyperactive that they're running through traffic without looking and almost getting hit by a car. And I'm using that as an example because it's happened to me multiple times because I'm so impulsive and hyperactive. Also an addendum because people keep jumping in to say, oh, you hate waffles. Your ADHD and your autism can present differently than mine and still be ADHD and autism. You can have ADHD without running through traffic. I'm not saying you don't have ADHD. Please stop typing.
They knew. They're like, stop typing. Okay, so that's what I'm saying is like, this is why I love categorization. You have to be able to categorize correctly. So this idea of like, oh, people are just sheep is not unique to even autistic thinking or neurodivergent thinking. Neurodivergents and neurotypicals both think everybody is sheep. That's why the Matrix as a concept, like not the movie or the book, but the Tate brothers and the Metasphere using the Matrix really worked for people because they all think that everybody else is sheep and they're not sheep. But I'm saying everybody just is a product of their environment, and everybody just is whatever the work they've done to unlearn some of the stuff they learned that was wrong. So like this idea of even my levels, my philosophical system, people thinking like it's a hierarchy is a part of your thinking because that's a part of, yes, maybe our evolution, but also even more than that, it's a part of our programming. And I think we're socialized to think everything is about hierarchy instead of everything being sort of like where you're at right now. And I think this plays into any philosophical discussion, like words, the way we use them, the idea around philosophical concepts, it's always about getting deeper. So, you know, this is why we say like nihilists are people who are like, yeah, we live on a planet and nothing matters and we're all going to die. They are accepting the factual reality that we're on a planet and we're going to die, but they're not radically accepting the reality that we're on a planet and we're going to die. That's why most people are kind of aware we live on a planet and we're all going to die, But most people haven't actually accepted that. Like most people know it factually, but they haven't embodied the true acceptance. So then there causes a disconnect between what some people are talking about when they talk about like, you know, we live on a planet, right? And some people are like, hey, you know, we live on a planet, right? Like, yeah, we're both saying the same thing, but our relationship to that reality differs based off of our understanding of what we mean by right. And so nobody's a sheep and we're all sheep. Everybody's a sheep and no one's a sheep. Everyone's a sheep and sometimes you're a black sheep, but you're actually just like a white sheep with black fur. So you're still just a sheep. Like everybody is just, okay? And this obsession with like, I'm the smart one and you're the dumb one. There needs to be some humbling, but there doesn't need to be a humbling. We need to have humility, but not a humbling, if you will. You know, like people were saying, oh, shame really works. Does shame really work, or does shame temporarily do something, like cause a change, or does it long-term actually build a solution? Like shame might be a good indicator, like a red flag, but if we use shame as a tool, does it actually work? Or if shame worked, why is Trump president? Like if shame worked, why are people white supremacists? If shame worked, why are you hitting on teenagers? Like how much more shaming could we do in society about some of these things? Like if shaming was enough, then why is the world the way that it is? Like our whole life has been shaming. And by the way, when you sit there and say shaming works, remember that when religious people shame their gay kids for being gay. Remember that. Remember that they agree with you. They also think shame works. That's why they shame the fuck out of their gay kids and their queer kids and their trans kids, because they have been taught that shame works. So be very careful with this idea that you think shame works, even if it does temporarily make you think there's been a change. What good is your temporary fix when we're looking for long-term solutions? Okay? All right. So that's that. I just had a realization. Actually, there was another video I did want to watch with you guys. Let me pull it up. If I have the spoons, we'll watch it at the end. Because I actually think it would be a really good video. Let me pull it up really fast. I just remembered that I saved it to watch with you. I already watched it myself, actually. Spoiler. But it's actually like really kind of related to this. Maybe we should watch it first, actually. Do I have the spoons? Let me see. Hold on. This video is going to take me not that long, actually. Actually, yeah, that's pretty good, though. Actually, okay, we'll do this. Let me take a break. I'm going to come back. I actually do want to talk to you about this, and then we'll talk about the domestic abuse story, which we'll end on because I won't have spoons after it. Okay, let's do that. I will be right back. You can listen to Elvin while I'm gone. All right, thanks for being here, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, pausing in 1, 2, 3. Okay, hold on. Chat said something before I left. You said beep boop bop beep boop bop beep boop bop beep boop bop beep. Where was it? Oh, you said early humans did shun problematic members sometimes permanently. Okay, so just like we've talked about this a lot, but like shame, like to me, shame and accountability are not the same thing. I think sometimes people equate them. And to me, shunning somebody from the tribe because they're a threat to the community is not shame. Shame usually exists in spaces where the person is still in the community and you're trying to make them act different to stay in the community. Accountability or removing someone from society because they're a threat to society isn't shame. It's an action being taken. It's just removing somebody. So I do think there's like a difference. Shame is psychological, right? Shame is not a physical removal of someone. Shame is a psychological ostracization, as a social ostracization. So I do think it's important that we recognize that. Like, I don't need to shame anybody to ostracize them from society. I don't need to shame anybody also by telling them they're wrong. I think like you might feel shame, which is different. So example, and I think this is important. The action of shaming somebody is not the same action of feeling shame. So my therapist always said, guilt is when you've betrayed your own values and shame is when you've betrayed the expectation of your community. You personally feeling shame could be a good thing. The community shaming you is often a bad thing, because what is the action you are taking to shame people versus saying you should feel ashamed is not me shaming you. It's me saying, hey, where's your internal compass? Where is your learned values that tells you what I'm doing is shameful, right? So you being ashamed is good if it's appropriate. The community making you feel shame for being gay or being who you are or existing in, like, that's not the same thing. So society has the audacity and the arrogance to think it's good at shaming people, but it's not. It's exactly the same thing Republicans are doing right now, is they're using shame tactics to make people feel bad for simply existing as they are. And then they're twisting the narrative using shame to say, and they're signaling to their in-group, like, you don't want to be like these people, right? You don't want to be like the LGBTQIAs, right? Like, they're gross and they're predatory and they're evil, as this administration literally protects predators. And so again, like, you can't shame a predator into being a good person. So shame isn't going to work, right? You can only hope that the predator feels shame. And so, like, when we have these conversations about the differences between shame and guilt, right? It requires a person to know the difference between what they personally believe is wrong or right, morals, guilt, when they betray their morals, guilt, and the expectation of the culture they're in, their society they're in. Like, when you guys sit there and say, Brittany, isn't this your value? Then why are you doing this? And I actually don't have an answer. I'm like, oh, you're right. Hold on, I think I do feel a little ashamed or embarrassed that I didn't pick that up. Let me change. And then that way I don't have to feel shame again, and it works within my values, so now I don't feel guilt either. Like, the idea is, like, guilt and shame aren't bad things for you to individually feel, but it's usually wrong when society weaponizes them against each other. It doesn't ever usually come from a good place from the societal's perspective. And this actually transitions us into this next conversation I want to have about introspection, extrospection, and how fixing one thing in your life doesn't fix everything else. And I want to use two people's stories. I want to use this gentleman here, and then I want to use this woman here. This is a formerly Mormon slash, I think she was Mormon or Christian. Mormon? I think she was Mormon. Life Take Two. Do you guys know this content channel? I actually don't follow her work very much, but this video really, really sang to me. I watched it myself. And then this gentleman's video here is very, very important. Transitioning didn't make me happy. And I want to talk about that. So let me pull it up. Okay. And the premise of just what you're about to walk into is, just because you've done the work in one section of your life doesn't mean that the work's over. And just because you've got better money, or you transitioned, or you left Christianity and deconstructed, does not mean everything else in your life is fixed. Okay. So let's talk about this using this TikTok first.
Transitioning didn't make me happy. And it will never make me happy, because gender transition was never about finding a cheat code to happiness. It was about removing overwhelming, distracting physical discomfort and finally getting my mind, body, and spirit into alignment in this one life that I have to live. And now that I have removed that barrier, I am overwhelmed by all the work that I have to do. And even though I'm overwhelmed, that feeling makes me happy, because it's telling me that I want better for myself, that I actually believe I deserve to live a better life. So if you are starting to transition, you feel like your transition is complete and you're left with what's next, congratulations. You're ready to frickin' live. Let's go.
I think he's so right here, because I do think we forget that transitioning or accepting that you're gay or LGBTQIA is a default expectation for heterosexual people. Like, straight people, cisgendered people, they don't have to go through this, and then they get to, like, they just start their life next. But a lot of gay people, a lot of queer people, we have to first accept this very foundational part of ourselves, and then our life starts. So we start to feel like, oh my God, I accepted I'm gay. I live in a gay community. Why aren't I happy? And it's like, oh, because now you're just starting at the beginning again with something you shouldn't even had to have worried about. And now the journey starts. So now being a whole human being starts. Now talking about your money and your finances and your career starts. And that's why it's so difficult, because there is this assumption. We're raised with this assumption. I think it's well-meaning, genuinely, from society, that like you think once you accept your gender, you accept your orientation, like everything will fall into place. But like that's just because society isn't typically very philosophical in that sense. Like it doesn't actually understand why it was so hard being LGBT in in the world that we exist in. So they just kind of take it for granted. Now, I think this plays into this video here from, let me get her username again, Life Take Two. And she's reviewing the podcast I've Had It. And you guys know I tried to watch I've Had It and I just couldn't. I felt they were unnecessarily mean. I felt like they were unnecessarily unethical. I felt like they were unnecessarily bully. And it really spoke to me, this video. I did pre-watch it, about why it stood out to me. And it's because I come from a conservative background and I know what conservatives are like. And I just think this woman here said it so perfectly. So I want to watch her video with you and deconstruct it in real time, take it apart, understand it deeper. And I want you guys to know that even though I don't love I've Had It, I don't wish any ill will on these ladies. And I know that they're playing their role that they're supposed to play. I also just wish we didn't need a role in society. And I don't think we really do. I think it's cope that we say we do, but that there is a role for like dark woke or bullying people or calling people slurs. Like there were literally people in my chat the other day saying it's okay to call women slurs if they're Republicans. It's like, no, that's not okay. And it just sounds okay because your hands are tied and you don't have the wisdom to do anything else. But when you have the wisdom to do something else, it seems really, really silly that like that's our only solution, right? Okay, so let's check this out.
With I've Had It. I just unfollowed the I've Had It podcast.
Wait.
I've Had It with I've Had It. I just unfollowed the I've Had It podcast recently, which is a podcast that I have enjoyed for so long. I watch it so often that Jen and Pumps actually feel like they're my personal friends. And I'm almost feeling like a void not having their episodes as part of my day. And it wasn't because I disagree with their politics or what they want to happen in the world. It's because I realized that I was using their content to feed the same part of my brain that MAGA and the Mormon Church and
Oh, wait. Chet says, I suggested your channel actually to her in the comments underneath this video. Underneath this video? Shut up. That's so funny. I really did watch this video and I was like, oh, there's something. Growing up conservative in the bubble that I did is just such a specific experience. And I feel like she gets a big part of it.
My whole alt-right life used to do. I'm Jenny Gage and this is Life Take Two. Yes, I know that there's a rat in the background. His name is Frenius Maximus. So about a month ago, I had a real life crisis where I was just under so much stress and anxiety. And I guess the overall feeling that I had was that nothing was right in the world. Every single day, I just felt this physical and neurological sense of angst. And I realized that because I create so much political content here on my platform, and because I had to know what Donald Trump and MAGA was doing every single day, I was watching Fox News every day for 6 months. I have another video on that where I talk about how that pushed me over the edge. After posting that video, I took a 14-day hard sabbatical. My family and I went on a road trip where we did end up right inside of the summer camp for billionaires. As part of this time away, I didn't watch any news. I didn't listen to any podcasts. I had mostly entertaining books with a couple of exceptions. And I think that whenever you get time away like that, you start to have perspective that you don't when you're in the hot middle of things, right? So now I'm back home. I get back into my regular routine. A big part of my regular routine is watching the I've Had It podcast every single day. And I unsubscribed on day one. Their homeschool episode made me realize that I am utterly exhausted by a style of content that's built entirely on outrage. And now I'm not saying everyone should calm down and stop talking about things. We're going to be just fine. That's not what I'm saying at all. Everyone should be freaked out about the state of our country. Here's what I am saying. I grew up in outrage. I lived in a community where everybody but us was always the enemy, and we could say or do about other people whatever we wanted to because we were fully justified. I left Mormonism, MAGA, a monster of an ex-husband who is a cult of one. I know exactly how emotionally satisfying it is to hate the other. And I'm sick of it. And I think we should all stop being assholes. Remember when President Trump was on that plane and he addressed that journalist and called her piggy? And we on the left were also outraged by that. Like, oh my God, how dare he call somebody piggy? Well, if we all have such a problem with what Donald Trump is doing, then why are we supporting and doing the same exact thing? In this recent episode of the I've Had It podcast, Jenna's just talking about a doctor's appointment, and there's like 14 chairs in the waiting room, and another woman comes in and checks in and sits down right next to her. So I understand if you're in a doctor's office, yeah, I don't want people next to me. I always try to sit as far away from everybody that I can because I don't know what viruses they're going to pass on to me should they happen to sneeze in my direction. So I understand that. But then her and Pumps ruthlessly, publicly berate and demean this woman. Let me play just a little bit of a clip. And this is so hard for me to hear that I thought about not even playing it, but I think it's important.
So it wasn't like she decided, oh, she's interesting, I'm going to talk to her. This was
she's just a fucking freak, sabotager.
Freak.
Who just thought, I think I'm going to fuck with this lady today. Which a part of me, I'm kind of like, like I'm at the stage where I'm just like in the fascist takeover where not that much stuff surprises me. But this really, it really surprised me. I just couldn't believe she sat down right next to me.
No, I cannot believe that.
How is Donald Trump calling somebody piggy any worse than what Jen just said about just a random woman in a medical office? And all I could think when I was listening to this bit of their podcast was, I don't know that that woman doesn't have dementia. Maybe that woman didn't have her glasses on and literally didn't see that there were extra chairs there. And to me as a content creator, I'm always very sensitive about the way that my videos are going to land on other people. I can't help but think, what if this human being who just happened to be at a doctor's office next to Jen hears this episode and hears them talking about her like that? What's that going to do to her mental health? I'll tell you,
Okay, let's pause and move through this. So I also had to stop watching their podcast because it was so negative. And one of the greatest compliments I get from you guys on both of my channels is, Brittany, thank you for leaving me with so much hope at the end. Or, oh my God, Brittany, thank you for that last message. Or I try really hard to make sure that when we talk about these very heavy topics, I leave you hopefully feeling like there is hope, because I just know how important it is. And I just, every time I would listen to their podcast, or I get it, because I love to listen to the girlies, I was like, oh, I just feel so hopeless. And also it is very immature. It's very Mean Girl. It's very immature. It's just very not good. And so chat says, you give us stream aftercare. Hey girl, I'm trying, I'm trying. But that's why I stopped watching them as well, because we were, for a time, I was like, oh my God, I really like listening to the girl. And then it was just so negative. Okay. Now, there is a fine line. Chat says there's a discourse happening in my chat right now, just like, oh, I stopped watching the news and I felt more regulated, right? And then someone said, well, I do recognize we all need a break. We should take the time. We should take the time. We are so privileged to take a break. People in Palestine, or what's left of them, don't have that privilege. So it's a balance. If you stop watching the news, but you show up at your local community and feed people, I don't really think it matters. I only think it matters if you stop doing anything, right? If you don't watch the news, but you wake up every day and clean up your streets and show up at protests and do something, you don't have to literally watch the news. You can get your access to information in so many other ways. Like if chat says they stopped watching the news, but they also watch my stream, they're still getting the news. Like, if you say you stopped watching the news, but you watch Hassan Piker, you're still getting the news. If you say you stopped watching the news, but you read newspapers, you're still getting the news. Again, yes, when I say I stopped watching the news, guys, I need you to hear me when I say this. When I say I stopped watching the news, I used to grow up in a household where Fox News was on all the time, where talk radio was on all the time, where EWTN was on all the time. When I say I used to watch the news, I would have CNN on in the background, and I would switch between Fox News and CNN and have the news going. I would have NPR. I would literally have the news on 24/7. Okay? And I'm not even kidding you. And then you're like, what am I doing with my life? My job isn't in the news. I'm not a news journalist. I'm not a reporter. This is what I'm saying. We all started to believe we were all individual journalists. So we all need to individually keep up. You need to keep up enough to help your community. And we need to rely on people, because this is community effort. We need to rely on enough people to pay attention to the news to give us the information. And they also, heads up, deserve a break. Okay? So again, we don't want to live in a world where we say, oh, we're privileged enough to turn off the news, but then we forget that nobody should be so unprivileged that they have to keep it on all the time. We don't want more people to suffer with us. We want those people to help liberate us out of suffering. So, yes, it's a privilege to not listen to the news, but also if listening to the news 24/7 creates a circumstance where you kill yourself, or creates a circumstance where you have no hope, or creates a circumstance where you end up not leaving the house because you're agoraphobic, what good is listening to the news? You know what I mean? Again, there has to be a balance between, is this helping me in my community? And if not, change. Okay? That's it. If it is not helping your community, do something else. Not everybody can listen to it every day. Not everybody can consume it. It doesn't make sense. Okay? It just doesn't make sense. That's not to say that you should have the humility to recognize if you absolutely tune out from the news, absolutely tune out from the destruction. If you're the kind of person who's like, wait, there's a genocide happening in Palestine, okay, well, maybe you should watch the news a little bit more. You know what I mean? Maybe we should turn on the news. on occasion. But like, if you're a person who knows it's happening, you're doing your work, you're raising money, you're showing up for a community, you're waving the Palestinian flag, like, okay, what do you need to watch the videos for over and over again? Like, you know what's happening. But if you're a person who's like, what genocide? Who? When? Okay, maybe you should turn on the news. Okay, that's how I would think about that, you know? Okay, let's see. Chet says, Brittany, I know you're right. It's hard to be the bigger, mature person because some people are adjusting and it's easy just to call them hurtful names, even though it's not right. But it feels good. Do not. This is why I say we're all humans on the planet. You think it doesn't feel good for me? Like, oh, you don't think, you know what I do? I turn off stream and I vent it out to my, to my partner, and then my partner validates me and I go, whew, thank goodness I didn't talk that way on stream, because honestly, I gotta be a bigger person, but the feelings are there because the frustration is palatable. Okay, so like, write it in a journal, girls. Write it in a fucking journal, because children are watching you. And this is what I'm saying. The same rhetoric that lets Andrew Tate and the right bully people is the same rhetoric that do not worry is not, I'm sorry. Oh my God, I can't believe I just said do not worry. I love Anthony. That was not about Anthony. I am so sorry to my Assyrian cousin. Not do not worry podcast. I don't know why I said that. The I've Had It podcast. The I've Had It podcast. That's the same problem of I've Had It, is that they have had it. But the problem is that they are using negative rhetoric to feel cathartic, like it's a catharsis. And I'm not saying that catharsis is wrong. I'm saying I understand we're so frustrated. You think we don't want to sit there and rip people apart? And actually, you know what? Speaking of Anthony, you know what I love about Anthony? Is he calls himself out, because he, out of all people in Lebanon, has every reason to call everybody all kinds of names. And he does pull his punches. I see him making an active effort to be very kind and go, oh, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. And it's very hard, right? He does try to pull back. He's not perfect. I'm not perfect. You will see me do it too. I will do it. I'm like, you know what? My bad. And like, that's what I'm saying. We're people on a planet. So if I've Had It could do that more, if I could see that more, but no, they're name calling, them giving everybody nicknames, them using basically like a lot of it ends up being dark woke, which ends up being racism and ableist, and just like Kyle Kalinske. And it's like, what good is this? So again, or here's the philosophical question. Here's the moral ethical question. Do we show up in society as our ideal versions, or do we show up in reaction to society? Are we going to be real life reactionaries? People who just react, people who like, are we going to be the culture war conservatives only on the left? God, I hope not. Or are we going to show up in a society doing the right thing if nobody else is doing it? Because I know people feel like, Brittany, nobody else is doing the good thing though, so why should I? Because it's the right thing. It's the subjective right thing. And I am trying to show up. I think we should show up doing the right thing no matter what, even if nobody else is doing it. And accept that sometimes we will not be our perfect selves because we can't be perfect. Okay, but that's my positioning. A lot of people don't feel that way. A lot of people feel like, fuck it, the world is melting. I'm not going to go down without a fight. I just feel like your version of fighting and my version of fighting, I'm angry for the world, and it feels like you're angry at the world. And I'm just saying, like, school shooters are angry at the world, and people who feed their communities are angry for the world. Okay? Back to her.
Listen to back-to-back episodes of Glenn Beck, who I absolutely despise.
Fun fact, I've met him. That's what I'm saying, girl. I was in the bubble. I have hugged Glenn Beck. We have pressed bodies up against each other. I was in the bubble as a child / young adult. Okay? Out of all the people in the world who knows exactly what she's talking about,
with a little bit of Charlie Kirk and Tyler Bowman for a video that I'm putting together. And they were actually nicer and a little bit more respectful of other people than that episode of the I've Had It podcast. So I just unfollowed the podcast, and it feels very unfeminist of me not to be supporting two of the biggest voices in this space. But I'm personally looking for a version of feminism that isn't just about hating the right people and being really funny about the way that we hate them, but about building a better world, building a life of substance outside of patriarchal control, where I'm not just pissed all the time. And this is where my internal conflict comes in, because as a feminist, it feels like we need to join together with everybody else who's out there fighting for our cause. According to YouTube's data, a huge majority of my audience also follows the I've Had It podcast.
I believe
of course
it.
You do, because on paper, it looks like I should absolutely love Jen and Pumps. We're feminists, we're Democrats, we hate Donald Trump and Don Jr. and Pete Hegseth.
Ooh, I think this is the philosophical difference for a lot of us. Puppy Cat, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here. Is that I don't hate Donald Trump. I know I used to hate people. Like, I used to hate people like Donald Trump. but I don't hate Donald Trump. I'm not saying I'm a better person because of that, but I'm saying the burden and weight of carrying hate around for me was destroying my mental health. I was much more suicidal because I hated the world than when I learned to stop hating the world. It also coincided with me not feeling suicidal because, and I covered this in my last commentary video on Bert Simon, that's my second channel, is I wanted to kill myself because the world was so shitty. And when I stopped carrying the burden of how shitty the world was, as if it was, I stopped letting the shittiness of the world decide if I should kill myself, you know? So for me personally, holding hatred in my heart, as they say, just was not going to help me. And so I had to let it go. But I understand that for a time, it really gave me some foundation and it allowed me to cope through some of the worst times of my life. But eventually it became the reason that I was stopping myself from living, like liberating my own spirit. So, you know.
And we're not super sad to see Lindsey Graham pass away. We all believe women should have control of their own bodies. We are all alarmed by the rise of Christian nationalism. We have so much in common, but I have had it with the dehumanization. And as a woman who was taught that one of my greatest values was compliance, I refuse to let a podcast, even one that shares my politics and other general ideology, to own my emotional state and to leave me every single day in such a state of just anger. Real liberation isn't just about having the right opinions, having the right politics, wanting the right things for everybody. It's about having a mind that belongs to me and ruthlessly protecting my inner peace. And like I say, the recent tirade against homeschooling was the straw that broke the camel's back for me during the segment, which I'm not going to play for you because I think that it's offensive to people who homeschool. Homeschooling was called trickle-down stupidity.
I do want to talk about this because I was homeschooled till I was 15, and there was a lot of negatives to it. So many negatives, some positives. And I was homeschooled in a group. So I was a part of a homeschool collective, and I went to do classes with them multiple times a week. And we had field trips, and I had lots of friends, and it was a K through 12 program. So I had friends of all ages, all types of people. You know, it meant that we were also all together. So some of the good parts of my homeschooling collective were, that we were all Catholic. So that was kind of nice in a sense because we were all at least starting off on some foundational point. Just stay with me here. 2, that we were all friends together. So even if our classmates were disabled or insert difference here, it didn't even matter because we were all in the same class together. Like nobody was separated. There wasn't like a class for special education. We were all in the same class. And so we were all friends. We were all together. Nobody felt alienated. Like nobody was taken away into a different class. People were also like considered for their neurodivergence in different ways, where the parents I was homeschooling with, I think, sort of embraced that their children were learning differently. And so some of the parents who were better equipped actually became a benefit to those neurodivergent kids. Not always, not for me personally. I think my neurodivergence was like pushed under a rug and I was sort of neglected, and I was one of the kids who kind of like barely survived schooling. It also happened to be in public school where like no teacher caught on to the fact that I needed special care because of the way that I present and because of the way that I exist. People just assumed like, oh, she can't pass a single test, she must just have an attitude, instead of like, bro, I don't know how to test. I'm telling you right now. And this is actually a part of my autism diagnosis. They made me take like so many fucking tests. And he sat there and he's like, the way you answer questions on a test is one of the examples of your autism. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That's been a struggle my whole life. But nobody had the ability to see it, but nobody saw it in public school and no one saw it in homeschooling. So I just want to say I was like neglected either way, you know what I mean? But I would say that the homeschooling that I'm the most concerned about is the homeschooling that alienates children, alienates the parents, the type of homeschooling that also is surrounded by other parents who are alienating their kids from the world. And obviously, past the extreme cases of homeschooling, I'm just a little concerned that all children in the United States are not getting the schooling that they most desperately need. We know this with funding being districted and other communities being neglected as well. It's not just homeschooling kids. Like our children en masse are like deeply neglected. And this is why I would love to center all of our work on children. Notice that some of the loudest voices in activism in our communities are not advocating for kids. We're advocating for the right for parents to exist with children. but we're not advocating for those children to exist in the same way. Like, we're advocating, but like loosely, we're not thinking about them as the center. And so I would recommend we kind of like change in that regard. But I would say that homeschooling generally is not great. I do believe that, but only because, right? And I would say that I'm not excited over the public school system, but still, and I would not necessarily send my kid to a private school, but I get it, you know? So like, we've got a lot of work to do is what I'm trying to say, you know, but I'm not the biggest fan of homeschooling communities because the parents just don't normally have the education and they just don't normally have the community to give the kids exactly the care that they need.
MAGA on steroids, part of a fundamental crazy Christian problem.
Okay, hold on. So they're talking about homeschooling.
During the segment, which I'm not going to play for you because I think that it's offensive to people who homeschool. Homeschooling was called trickle-down stupidity, MAGA on steroids, part of a fundamental crazy Christian problem, and even child abuse. When they called homeschooling parents in that episode stupid,
I think it could be all of those things, to be fair.
Religious freaks, they weren't attacking any policy. They were attacking other women and children.
That is true. Actually, if you remember, like, political commentators forget that they're going after parents. And I understand why they do that. I absolutely get it. And also, why don't we talk about policy? I think this is an important point.
Many of whom are just trying to protect their kids the best that they can in a broken system. It's easy to dismiss this as just one bad episode. But as I really looked closer, I realized the homeschooling rant wasn't an outlier. It's the formula, and it's the same formula used by Fox News and Charlie Kirk and Glenn Beck and everybody else, which is the same formula that I personally have spent almost a decade now trying to escape. So I just found myself asking, what the hell?
This is important, and I agree with her. So I don't agree with everything she's saying. I'm sure we're coming from different perspectives, but that particular perspective is actually one that I do agree with. It's actually why I'm the content creator that I am, because I used to be that person. I used to want to make content that was just about, like, you know, combating and being the opposite. And then I was like, I am not serving myself or my community. You know, it feels really good. It gets really popular. It's what people want. But the reason I shut down people in my comments right away when they're like, conservatives are all fucking stupid. It's like, okay, I have to shut you down. Conservatives aren't stupid, but they are hard-headed, which is a form of stupidity, maybe. And yes, I agree with when we're feeling like a need to generalize, I'm here with you. And also, they don't have to be stupid to be bigoted. And also, so it's like a balance. But I would feel like I was adding more evil to the world, philosophical evil to the world, if my platform was just every day talking shit on Republicans. Like, it's like those people on Twitter who became very famous during lockdown and their whole personality became attacking Republicans on Twitter, and they got millions of viewers and they started getting sponsorships. It's like embarrassing. What an embarrassing, in my opinion, way to be the adult in the room. Like, oh, what does your mom and dad do for a living? Oh, they yell at people on Twitter about being Republicans. Okay, are they like feeding their community, working with coalition? And they're like, oh, no. And I'm like, okay, I guess, like, whatever.
What am I doing listening to this? Now, I understand some of the criticism around homeschool.
Hold on. Chat said, respectfully understand her point, but equating Jennifer Welch to Fox News is wrong, very wrong. I'm gonna go pretty hard on people just about this, guys, because everybody does it, but your inability to understand comparisons is fucking ruining the world. With peace and love, don't worry, I even yelled at my siblings the other day about this as well. I beg you, I'm begging you, from the bottom of my fiber, learn what a comparison is. Learn and hear her. She is not saying Jennifer is Fox News. That's not what she's saying. And I don't know what mode of learning this is. I don't know what class we all need to take to understand how comparisons work, but that's not what she's saying. She's saying the tactics and frameworks used, which is not the same thing. And it's absolutely ruining the fucking world that we are not able to understand how comparisons work. Okay? So I don't know what class we need to take, but we got to do something about that. Okay? She's making a very salient point. She's making a point about angerness and bitterness and name calling. All of those things which exist equal. Okay, Fox News, that's their whole thing. That's I've had its whole thing. That's why I stopped watching. It's all about name calling and talking down to and being ruthless and mean girl. And I'm over it. I'm literally over it. And I'm saying because it reminds me of Fox News, because that's their framework. I agree with her on this.
And full disclosure, I am not in support of homeschooling the way that we have it today. I do think that there needs to be some more regulations, some more oversight, etc. I homeschooled my kids for about 1 month in the middle of a move, and it was actually stunning to me that there were no requirements of like testing or even like reporting how much time we were spending of anything. So in that 1 month during a family relocation, when I saw behind the curtain of homeschooling, I was a little bit stunned, thinking, wow, it would be really easy for kids to fall through the cracks. So full disclosure, that's my bias.
Also, reminder that I was homeschooled till I was 15. Then I went to public school. Then I got bullied out of high school and I went back to independent study. So reminder that I had to petition my right for independent study from the principal's office. My mother had to come with me and I begged the principal. I was like, I am being so severely bullied in school. You've got to let me independent study. I'm over it. I've done it. So a reminder that that was a form of homeschooling. They would send me home with a packet at home, and once a week I would go to the independent study until I finished my schooling. So it was a life changing. It saved my life to go back to independent study. So just a reminder, homeschooling, independent study. Independent study was through the public school system, to be fair. So I do see a distinction there, and I think that's important. And I think if homeschooling was more like independent study, it would be way better. If there was like a body keeping your kids on track for graduation, it could be like that, you know? So just FYI.
I personally do think that we do need an overhaul. And I realize, because I come from this community, that there are absolutely fundamentalist Christian parents who homeschool their children specifically to control the information that they receive. There are children right now being taught creationism instead of science, and people using the isolation of homeschooling to prevent their children from encountering people of different religions, Mexicans, different political ideas, lesbians. Some of my
I'm sorry, the line on Mexicans was so funny to me.
Encountering people of different religions, Mexicans.
I don't know why she said Mexicans right there. People of different religions, Mexicans. Shout out to the Mexicans. I don't know. I just thought that was so funny. I don't know why she said Mexicans. And that maybe she meant it because of ICE raids or something. She was thinking about ICE raids, and she was thinking about how people aren't hanging out with Mexicans, and so they don't understand that ICE raids are serious. You know, and then she said lesbians. And so I think she was probably thinking about ICE, maybe. I don't know. I thought that was funny.
Different political ideas, lesbians. Some of my old friends.
Lesbians.
Inside MAGA definitely homeschool their kids for nefarious purposes. And yes, we should be talking about educational neglect and the lack of oversight in many states. And we should be protecting children from abuse and making sure that every child has a real education. But that wasn't what this podcast episode was at all. It wasn't a serious discussion about policy, children's rights, or educational standards. It was a middle school rant about how homeschooling parents are stupid, selfish, religious freaks who apparently cannot tolerate being away from their children. And I'm personally done pretending that dehumanization becomes holy and enlightened when other feminists and other Democrats do it. I feel this pressure a lot here on my channel. My audience wants me to be angry, to be fuming, and like one step away from committing violence at all time. I post a photo from my vacation of me next to the founder of JetBlue, and enraged maniacs email me and rip me apart on Reddit for being a psycho. And that is psychotic. The conservative manosphere, the patriarchy, all these guys over at Fox News, they're these enraged idiots. So we want Jenny to be like that too. Why do I have to lean into the same horrible tactics that the patriarchy uses? As for homeschoolers are not all one type of person. Some are Christian fundamentalists, some are atheists. Some homeschool because their children are autistic, are medically vulnerable, are bullied, or in other ways unable to function in a traditional classroom. But you can strongly support public education, and I do, without bullying millions of homeschooling parents and their children. For the 6 months that I watched Fox News every day so that I could bring content to you guys about MAGA and Pete Hegseth and Christian nationalism and all that stuff that I come from, I really keyed in on what their formula is. There's a specific recipe. There's always somebody you're supposed to hate, always. Immigrants, trans people, feminists, commies, that's a word that they use a lot over there on Fox News. Some new enemy was destroying America every single day. You turned on the TV, received your villain assignment for the day, and spent the next few hours feeling pissed off, really terrified, and morally superior. Then you came back the next day to find out who you were supposed to hate next. And lately...
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. And look, I know, listen, we are talking about real people's lives. Everything we're saying is important and intimate and sensitive. And look, no matter where you're coming from in life, guys, these are such serious topics. Like, it keeps us tense and our defenses are up. And I just want us to all remember that this is why it can be stressful. This goes back to watching the news. I mean, everything is so real. And so I just want us to be really kind and compassionate. And I you know, I see how my community does such a good job at like moving through topics and moving through sensitive topics. And I want to give credit to my community for doing those things, you know, whether it's on the Discord or wherever it happens. Like, I know sometimes it gets heated, but I just want to remind us that like we are talking about such intense topics that there is naturally going to be a lot of tension. And so, you know, just to keep that in mind, and this is why we say it's okay to take breaks. And this is why we say it's okay to not answer every time you're tagged in a post, as an example, or to take a break from even a thing that's supposed to be fun. Actually, not to derail, but I think it kind of plays into these topics. When I was younger and I was bullied out of high school, it was terrible. It was like a terrible experience. I ended up friendless for a while, and I was calling into talk radio, and I was calling into conservative talk show hosts, you know, and talking about politics. Cringe. Oh my God. And, you know, as a teenager, I was calling into Radio Disney and winning skateboards and backpacks, Dragon Ball Z, by the way. And, so when I was an adult, I was working and I was calling into radio shows. I became friends with somebody who worked on a radio show. That's how I met Glenn Beck. And I became friends with her, and, that friendship ended up in smoke, but okay. We became friends, and then she asked me to come hang out at a gathering of friends who know friends for libertarians, conservatives, and liberals. And I was like, yeah, I want to go to that. And I showed up, and it was my first adult group out of high school, and we were all political and all debate bros. And it was wild. It was a wild time. And the gay people in the group were like, Brittany, I can't believe you're a log cabin Republican. That's disgusting. And I'm like, what? And then they were liberal, they were Democrats. And then there was like the libertarian Christians. And then there was like the Republican Christians. And we would all debate. We'd go to places around San Diego. And I actually ended up having one of my longest, closest inner circle friendships from that group. But everyone else, we didn't stay in contact because eventually we outgrew a lot of our circumstance. Like we outgrew our Republican days. We outgrew our partying and talking. You know, we just outgrew it. So me and this friend ended up pulling off. We're still friends to this day. We're very close. She's like my sister. And we are so progressive. Like, we're so left leaning now that if we went back to that time in that group and looked at ourselves, we'd be like, oh my God, like, what was that? And like, it was a long time ago. I was 21 then. 21. I was 20 and 21. I think I got my first, maybe it was around 19, 20, 21, like that era of my life. So what I think I was trying to figure out, what I was looking for, was a community that would have deep and thoughtful conversations and that we would solve problems. But I think what I learned is that you don't actually solve problems in the way that you think. So even this space here in this YouTube channel, or even my Discord, I think there's still this idea that we're going to solve problems, but I would recommend instead to think of these spaces as places you go to gather tools to take home to solve problems. So YouTube isn't where you solve the problems. I've Had It is now where you solve the problems. It's where you go to gather tools to go home and solve your problems. And what I've Had It did over some time is what I realized it was a place where they didn't have any tools to give me. I was like, oh, I know all this. I'm good, right? So instead of thinking of the YouTube channels as your community, which it is still, in the same way that the city you live in is your community, even if you don't see everybody in it every day, right? The Discord is a community, the YouTube channel, they're all communities, but they're not the community you go home to. Because you're going to go home. You're going to turn off your computer. You're going to drive to your house. You're going to live in your neighborhood, right? Like, work is your community, but it's not the community you go to after work, right? Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So when we have these conversations, right? Chad says, I'm so happy past Brittany recovered from debate, bro. I was going to say bioessentialism. Recovered from debate broism. Bro, let me just tell you, I'm in recovery because every part of me was like, I could out debate bro, these debate bros. And I'm like, sit down, Brittany, you don't want to be a debate bro. But like, sometimes I'm like, give me a hit. I love a debate. You're right, though. I'm glad that I'm not in that bubble anymore. My life is so much better. But you know what tools I did gather from the debate bro bubble? Was the opportunity of observation. Because holy fuck, was there so much to observe. But yeah, I outgrew the tools. There were no tools there anymore. And that's what I want you to recognize with all of these spaces is like, we're gathering tools to take home to our communities, like our personal, intimate communities, you know?
When I watch other feminist and progressive content, like the I've Had It podcast, I leave feeling the exact same way. Not because their facts or values are identical to Fox, but because they are using the exact same recipe. And here's the thing that I couldn't ignore. I was leaving their podcast with the exact same emotional state as I was watching Fox News. Tense, agitated, disgusted, looking for an enemy, certain that everybody on the other side was either evil or just terminally stupid. And I don't want to live like that anymore. I left MAGA, I left Mormonism so that I could have peace in my life. I left these systems that trained me to divide all of humanity into two groups, the righteous and the wicked. I didn't go through all that to join another community that hands me a new list of people that I'm supposed to hate, including people who just sit too close to me in a doctor's office waiting room. I'm going to save my hate for people who are actual abusers or psychopaths and are actually harming other people. And even then, the purpose should be stopping the harm and not just building my entire identity around being hateful and angry.
Ding, 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 ding. That's exactly it. It should be about solving problems, not building like the centering of your whole life on being a hater. Like, girl, if social media has taught me anything, is that a hater gets paid. Okay? Get paid, but like doing it, being a full-time hater is crazy work while you're advocating justice for the world. Like being a full-time hater and calling it liberation is absolutely not justice, you know?
Because I know now exactly how scapegoating works. And I know even more after reading Daniela's book, The Culting of America. She is going to be on my podcast next week. If you have any questions for her, drop those in the comments. Here's another clip from the podcast where they read a comment from a woman who's another frequent listener and listen to why she's listening to the podcast.
Another comment is from Erin, and she says, I need 3-hour-long episodes of just Jen and Pumps making fun of Republicans so that I can get through my workday. Love laughing to these ladies as I disassociate from the craziness that is our...
Listen to that. Love laughing to these ladies as I disassociate from the craziness that is our current state of affairs.
Current state of affairs.
Daniela and I are both cult babies. So we understand scapegoating. This woman is listening to the podcast so that she can scapegoat because there's problems going on in the world and she listens to I've Had It and she realizes, oh, all of these bad guys are causing these problems. So just being in that space of anger makes her feel somehow just a little bit better so she can get through her day. Take it from a cult baby. Scapegoating feels like action. It feels productive to identify the bad people. It feels really courageous to mock them and call them names, to talk about how little their weenies are. It feels revolutionary to sit in front of a...
Ding, 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 ding. The body shaming, saying how small their weenies are. First of all, what's wrong with a small weenie? Second of all, what? That's what I'm saying. I can't listen to this stuff. I can't turn on my news or my YouTubers and listen to them body shame people. I'm so tired. I don't need to listen to you mock somebody in that way. Like even my Andrew Tate, somebody in the comment section said, thank you for the way you reacted to Andrew Tate's fit. Because I was like, I love a man in capris. Like, did he dress himself well that day? But not really. But like, it's not because of his fit. It's because he didn't coordinate correctly. Long sleeve shirt with shorts. It just didn't make sense, Andrew. So like, the point is like, a lot of people are shaming Andrew Tate for wearing capris. And I'm saying, no. The capris are fine. It's just the shoes, the capris, the shirt. It's just, it just makes sense. But I'm not sitting here advocating for men to wear dresses so you can make fun of Andrew Tate for wearing capris. Everybody should be able to dress how they want, and it shouldn't matter. So going after Andrew Tate for wearing capris makes no fucking sense. Okay, I get you want to mock him because he's claiming to be the example of masculinity, but why can't you be masculine and wear capris? Make sense. You know what I mean? So again, I appreciate that comment, whoever that was, to say thank you so much for not making. Of course, girl, I love a man in capris.
Screen and listen to someone say every vicious thing that you've been thinking. You leave an angry comment and call somebody stupid while your heart pounds in your chest and your side applauds because you're so ballsy. For a few minutes, you feel powerful, but what actually changed? Did a child receive a better education because of this podcast episode? Did a woman get affordable health care? Did a family get housing? Did Congress pass anything? Did we build an organization, register voters, attend a school board meeting, help someone understand an issue, change a law? Or did we simply help another media personality make money by keeping us pissed off? Because outrage is extremely profitable. And if I was more of an asshole on my channel, I would make a lot more money. My mean videos, especially if I'm calling somebody who's like an accepted villain mean names and a really snarky tone of voice, they always get the most views and they always make the most money. The nicer I am, the less people tune in. But let me tell you, it does not matter whether the person monetizing hate is wearing a red hat or holding a rainbow coffee mug. The formula is the same. The business model is the same. Keep people angry and afraid.
I think we're forgetting that at the end of the day, it is a business model. They're taking sponsorships, they're working with people, they're collaborating with other creators, they're getting bigger. Like, it's not on accident that I've had it is popular, and I want to give credit and flowers to those ladies for finding a space here, sharing their personal stories, talking about being in the Bible Belt, for being vulnerable with the internet, and they are still, I think, unlearning a lot of the stuff that they were taught, and I still think they have a ways to go in the same way that we all do.
Keep them watching, keep giving them enemies and calling the enemies mean, creative names that people will remember, and never let the problem be solved, because a solved problem doesn't generate tomorrow's content. And again, I know that some of you are going,
but you know what's crazy? It's like, no matter how many of the problems we solve, girlies, we're going to have conflict tomorrow. So I don't even know why you're adding to it. You listen, this is the philosophical thing that I say a lot that I think is very important. When we say life is suffering, it doesn't mean that you need to go and cut your arm to learn a lesson. It means you have to accept that you will suffer. So you have to suffer wisely. Like, you know, sitting there and saying like, I have to suffer to learn. You know, you're not going to learn by purposely cutting off your arm, but if your arm gets cut off, you must learn to suffer wisely. And I think sometimes people cut off their own arm. This is a metaphor. And then they're like, I've got it now. You just cut off your own arm. Like, what are you doing? You know, and what was the purpose? Like, how did that help you? You know, and I just think like that is a part of the self-flagellation or the masochism that we've been brought up with. Like, if I hustle, if I work really hard, I'll get rewarded. You can work very hard and not see the benefits of that reward or that hard work. And I feel like people don't know that. So the cope is I'm going to be angry and I'm going to yell to the void and everyone's going to feel good about it, but then nothing ever gets solved. Trust me when I say this, no matter how many, again, problems I solve, there will be more problems. So don't worry, there's always going to be a problem. Tomorrow, the next day, for the next 1,000 years, we're going to be debating gender politics and who's right and wrong and who was inherently born better and like who's the fastest runner. Like there's always going to be something to talk about. It's just people are afraid of solving problems and they're afraid of having too many. And it's like
to hear this, and you're going to be typing in my comment section, Jenny, we should all be pissed. We should all be angry. I get it, and I am pissed off. My list of things that I'm pissed off about here is so long that I can't even read this all. I'm furious about abortion being illegalized, Trump bulldozing the White House for his stupid fucking ballroom, everything that we're doing over in Iran. I'm furious about Christian nationalists trying to force their religion into our government and public schools. I'm furious about immigrants being dehumanized, LGBTQ people being targeted, and obscenely wealthy people.
Oh, pause. Chatter. I really appreciate you, but sometimes I do wonder what I can say to make you get it. You know, you said, please don't get mad at me. First, I need you to unlearn whatever bubble taught you that that's how you speak. You don't need to apologize to me, because why are you apologizing? Like when you say that, please don't get mad at me, you're doing this thing that's already like making, like, why would I be mad at you? Don't say that. Stop apologizing. You said 2, I honestly think it's a business, but anger is a motivator. Think about how ready to vote to help change policy the Democrats' bases. Think about how ready to vote to help change policy the Democrats' bases. That's why Fox News uses it. You said, I've had it and other pundits acted like, if I've had it and other pundits acted like nothing was wrong, people would feel like, am I just tripping? Why is the option in your brain either we have to be angry or we have to act like nothing's wrong? And when did I say that you can't be angry? When did I say in any of this that you can't be angry? Why does anger in your brain only show up as throwing slurs at people? Why does anger in your brain only show up as being mean and talking down on people? Why would anger only come in the form of abuse? Why can't anger come in the form of justice? Because patriarchy has convinced us that the only good anger in the world is one that demeans. Can't you be angry without being a bully? Can't you be angry without hurting people? Can't you be angry? Like, anger is a really valid emotion. It's incredibly important to be angry. But how you are angry and how you show up being angry matters. So I never said you can't be angry. Be angry. There's so much to be angry about. You can be angry without being a hater. You know what I mean? You can be angry without being an abuser. You are allowed to be angry. Okay, there are so many things that are wrong with the world. Be angry about them. Be angry. And that's why I say be angry for the world. Habibi, why? How? Girl, I said it 10 minutes ago. Being angry at the world, you become a school shooter. You become a bully. Being angry for the world, you feed people. I literally advocate for you to be angry. Just make sure your anger is feeding people. That's her whole point. Is I've Had It's podcast feeding people? Is it helping people? Is it rallying people? Or is it just making people fucking angry?
Purchasing political influence that they do not deserve. I'm not asking anyone to stop caring. I'm asking us to stop confusing emotional intensity.
Look at, she just said it.
Deserve. I'm not asking anyone to stop caring. I'm
not asking anyone to stop caring. Obviously.
Asking us to stop confusing emotional intensity with moral courage.
Exactly. This is why debate bros yell louder. Because the debate bro thinks if I yell the loudest, I must be the most right. Right? And she's saying don't confuse emotional loudness or theatrics for movements.
I'm asking us to stop confusing emotional intensity with moral courage. And I don't even want the I've Had It podcast to stop existing. I think that they are a valuable voice. I just wish that they would maybe step away completely from that emotional intensity and lean into that moral integrity. I see this dynamic in my own comment sections every single day. I receive thousands of comments from people who are pissed off that I'm not angry enough. It's not enough for me to explain something. I have to scream it with lots of cuss words. It isn't enough for me to oppose someone's politics. My audience wants me to make sure everyone knows how much I hate that person who is behind that policy. Like, people think I was supposed to tell the CEO of Disney to fuck off to his face when I met him last week.
Okay, let's process this part of the story together. Let's see.
My audience wants me to make sure everyone knows how much I hate that person who is behind that policy. Like, people think
it's interesting because I don't hate anyone, but let's process this together.
I was supposed to tell the CEO of Disney to fuck off to his face when I met him last week up in Sun Valley. Why would I do that? It isn't enough for me to just say someone is wrong. My audience wants me to humiliate them, to destroy them, and to pee on their graves, I guess. Prove that I despise.
Now, I assume she's a capitalist because, like, why are we meeting with the Disney CEO? And also, like, that's where I think she and I differ. Like, I'm years out of my conservative bubble. I'm years out of the capitalist bubble. So I don't know why she's meeting the Disney CEO. Maybe, I don't know why, but I would just say that this is where the difference of where we're at is. I wouldn't be mean to the Disney CEO because I wouldn't be in the same room as them. And I say that as a girly who has a Disney tattoo because I thought I was going to be a Disney girl for life, okay? Trust me. You want to talk about cults? I was in the Disney one. I wasn't in the Disney cult, but I mean, I might have been a Disney adult at one point in my life, girl. Passes and all, okay? But I wouldn't be in the room with the Disney CEO, so... Oh, Chat said it wasn't planned. She made a post the day she met them. It wasn't planned. Oh, interesting.
With the appropriate level of intensity. People in my comments aren't asking, is what Jenny said accurate? They're asking, did she match my rage? And I refuse to build my life around matching anybody's rage.
I think this is important. Chat says, you're right, but to be honest, it feels good to call a terrible person a bad name. It's not mature, but it does everything. But does everything have to be mature? Okay. You can call them bad names. You just shouldn't do it in public where children are watching, other adults are watching, and it angers the mob. You do not want to be the reason the mob hangs somebody in the street because you're all collectively angry. When are we going to recognize that when men get angry and they chase people down the streets and they hang them in the public, it's not a collective misuse of anger? Why are you acting like every mob that walked around with tiki torches and whatever else didn't do that because y'all riled up the mob? What happened on January 6th? They got riled up by their leader and their leader went, oop, not me, I didn't do it. January 6th happened because people got riled up. There was no focus. It wasn't an activism group. It was a mob that was riled up, and look what they did. Somebody died. And I'm telling you, like, this is the difference between a collective of a group of protesters that gather together with a reason, with structure, with consistency, and they show up for their community. That's way different than an angry mob getting riled up and like storming the Capitol with no fucking, like, they don't even know what they're doing there. Okay? So no, so call people names in private, though you better watch your mouth what name you use, okay? But you can't sit there and come out in the public, be one of the leaders in the movement, and then show up this way. Again, you don't have to call people names in this particular way without also using words that are meant to like jar you or make it clear to you, right? Chet said, so how do we effectively rile the right people up without relying on hatred, on anger? Well, you don't want to rile people up. You never... Riling? Are we misusing the word riling? Rile. You don't ever want to rile people up. Most commonly refers to the... Oh, no, that's a... Hold on. My Google changed it. The word rile is a verb to annoy, irritate, or make someone angry. Yeah, why are we riling people up? Annoy, irritate, vex, provoke. I don't want to rile anybody up. I want to gather people. I'm assuming you mean, yeah, motivate or inspire or gather. Well, I don't know. Ask any movement that's ever done it ever. We've done it a bunch of times. You know what I mean? So yeah, movements have done it. Why are we pretending like BLM didn't do it? Or why are we acting like gay people haven't done it? Or why are we acting like women haven't done it? Like tons of communities have gathered. The No Kings protest just happened. You know what I mean? It's not like people don't protest. Like people do it all the time. We find a way to get people together. You know, it's about priorities and values, of course. So I understand what you're saying. You know, rally. Chat's saying maybe they mean rally, not rile. Yeah, maybe you mean like rally people together. Well, first, you can't force people to do something. They actually have to want to do it. So then you have to get people the tools to like find it interesting, I suppose. Like, do you care about this thing? Do you want to participate in it? Look, I have so many people in my life that I'm trying to use a good example. What's a good example? Like they care, but not enough to read a book, or they care, but not enough not to shop at Starbucks, or like they care, but not enough to do XYZ, which I understand. And yet they will advocate for the right position, but it's not as like they're not there right now because they're trying to figure out how to pay rent. So the dilemma is like people are in survival mode. And so even though they will say like, yeah, I really care, but bro, I literally can't pay my bills right now. That's real. Now, a weird thing about growing up in the US though, is like you are in the superpower. Like you are living in one of the most privileged places, period. Like just having a US passport is a very specific type of privilege that people don't even recognize because you're literally struggling to pay your rent right now. And so you're thinking, what does the privilege of this passport matter if I can't even pay my rent? Absolutely valid. So the dilemma here is that it's multifaceted. This is why I love philosophy, because politics doesn't have an answer for this, but philosophy does. Philosophy says you must radically accept, or at least some philosophy, the world the way that it is, and then you can do something about it. Because we keep living in a world that we don't understand, and we keep like assigning it a prescription that doesn't attach to reality, we can't do anything about it. But I think for me, when I say values are embodied, I mean that you don't get to turn around and call a black ICE agent the N-word because he's a bad person. But there are people who will advocate for that and call themselves good people. In what context is it appropriate to call a black person the N-word because you don't think they're a good person? Now, if other black people, okay, that's not my business. And even that's not my business. But okay, same thing with a girl. Like if a woman wants to call another woman the B word in private because she's expressing anger, that's one thing. But if she actually thinks this woman is a bitch, then that's just misogyny, internalized misogyny. Like if you think this woman is like an evil fucking bitch, like you are just like, you know what I'm saying? And so when we have these conversations, we have to recognize like, what is my relationship to this oppression? What is my relationship to this version of activism? Like, what is my issue to? Because you know what? Here's the thing. You're bringing your issues into politics. And that's why we have a political issue, is we have issues, right? So I think people keep forgetting like your personal trauma, your personal relationship with your parents, your personal life is impacting politics, and politics is absolutely manipulating that part of you. Like Republicans play on your trauma, they play on your bullshit, so you can be convinced that your fear is rational and we should be bigoted. And I've had it does the same thing, but for less malicious reasons. So Republican leaders are malicious in the way that they target their constituents. I do think I've had it has good intentions, but the intentions, like the good intentions are, the road to hell is paved in good intentions. So I've had it is not maliciously trying to make you angry. They're just angry. And they're utilizing anger in an unwise way. But because they're getting all of this social validation, it feels really good. But this is why I say, going back to the Dr. Ball quote of, and I hope I'm not misquoting it here, of you can't be radical, famous, and rich at the same time. You know what I'm saying? These women are popular. These women are rising to more. How are you all of those things? Like truly, and radical, guys, radical, oh, let's do this. Radical is not, hear me out. Radical is not extreme. Radical does not mean against the wave. Radical does not mean, radical And the radical liberation is the embodiment and then the action taken to create a world that is radically kind, radically loving, radically liberated. Like, radical is not, I'll give you an example here. Radical is not the idea of taking the most extreme position. It's the radical belief that we deserve to be liberated. So when I say you're not radical, I'm saying, how can you believe we all deserve to be liberated and then you're hanging out with XYZ, you're acting XYZ, you're taking away rights from XYZ? That's what I think about. Look at this TikTok. Have you seen this trend going around? Women who bash feminism should all be sent to Afghanistan. Have you seen that on the internet? That there's these women who are like, every conservative woman should be sent to Afghanistan so they can. Are you fucking crazy?
Like, literally, who wrote that?
It didn't come from me.
I wrote it.
I'm a loose cannon.
Who wrote it? Like, literally, who wrote that?
Okay, so here's the thing. Saying that you want to see women suffer, get murdered and raped because they're conservative is crazy. Right? And I'm saying this cannot be the message, but it sounds pretty good, right? I think I've Had It is very similar in that sense, where they're saying like, oh, you should get a taste of your own medicine. Why would I wish rape and murder on women? How do you think wishing rape and murder on people you don't like is justice? Do you know what I'm saying? So, no, I don't want any of those women anywhere around the world to suffer. And I can see from a very emotional, reductive perspective why that feels like, I hope you get a taste of your own medicine. You know, I get it. I don't. I hope you never, ever get treated the way you've treated other people, because no one deserves to be treated that way. You know, with the Unnecessary Conversation podcast, I disavow. The father, Bob, I think his name is, he was in the hospital. I don't know if he's out now because I have them blocked. But people were like, I hope you get the same treatment you've wished on other people. I don't. I hope you're never treated that way because no one deserves to be treated that way. This is what I'm saying. How can you wish evil on people and say you're fighting for good? It takes a level of maturity, yes, and work and wisdom and humility to stop wishing ill on people. And I know you've been brought up in a world, the conservative world, by the way, you know we've all been brought up in conservatism, even when you don't think you have, okay? And you have internalized those ideas of white supremacy and patriarchy and capitalism that says dominance and hierarchy are number one. You've internalized that. So then the only way you know how to combat your oppressors is to wish evil on them. Is to wish ill on them. And I'm saying, so then they turn around and go, oh, see, you are just like me. Yeah. So you agree. When Kyle Klinsky uses slurs against his oppressors, people go, oh, so you do like slurs, right? And he goes, well, only against fascists. So then fascists go, right, I love a slur too. And then they all end up just being a bunch of guys who use slurs. You know what I'm saying? So I hear you. I've been with you. I've absolutely been in that position too, where I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to go after this woman. I'm going to go after this person. I'm going to do this because, again, you have to spend years unlearning to really come to the true liberation, the true radical state, the true radical way of being, which I'm still, deconstructing every day. I don't think I'm a wise person. I do not think I'm a wise person, and I hope that I get to die a wise person, but who knows? I don't know. Maybe one day.
Left MAGA, Mormonism, Jake, all the cults that I was born into, because I was sick and tired of being kept in a constant state of artificial anger. Anger helped me recognize that something was wrong, but anger did not help me rebuild my life. You know what did? First of all, some kind, loving people on the other side who led me out of MAGA and Mormonism. And then curiosity, education, listening. Admitting I was part of the problem too, meeting people I had once been taught to fear, learning to see other people as complicated, messy human beings who were a lot like me. That's the hard part. It's easy to say, I hate these people, they suck. It is much harder to learn how your local government works and get out there and do something about it. It's easy to march in a No Kings protest, go home, upload pictures, and feel like democracy has been saved. Marches and public solidarity matter, but a protest cannot be the end of our participation.
I think the reason that, everyone does something different. So I strongly believe in this. I agree with her, generally, that a protest cannot be the end of your activism. And I would say that you don't need to go to the protest and do this, and do this, and do this, and do this. We live in a world where ideally none of us would ever have to be activists, right? Like in the most ideal world, no one would ever have to be an activist. And we would have all this free time not to go to a march on a weekend, but to barbecue with our friends and family, right? We don't live in that world. We live in a different world where we have a barbecue with our family and then one of our weekends is activism, or we do activism and then we go to work, or we do our hobbies. Or and then, because again, I understand that in an ideal, and this is why people, by the way, just do this, because you can't live, guys, I'm telling you right now, you can opt out. I'm giving you permission. You have one life on earth and then you'll die. If you want to opt out, you can opt out. If you want to ignore the news, never be an activist, never advocate for yourself, and just let the world fall, you can do that. You can go home every weekend and just go to the barbecue, and you do that. I'm not going to judge you. Because to be honest, girl, I don't know you, and the world's going to end. Everyone's going to be dead in 100 years. And if you do that, and respectfully, if you do that, and you shut yourself off, okay, if at any point when you're hitting those burgers on that grill and you flip it over and you think, man, why is the world the way it is? Why does traffic work the way it is? Man, my commute to work was crazy today. What's up with those potholes? It's right there. Now you're responsible, because now you have the idea of what that connection is to activism and not being an activist. Now you have this idea of why we advocate, why we care, because it's in your life. That pothole that you're annoyed at while you're flipping burgers, okay, that's connected to why we spend some of our weekends doing activism work. Because you can turn off your brain as much as you want, but I promise you, you will notice how your life is impacted by the policy around you. You will notice it in your everyday life. You will notice it when you're sick in the hospital and from flipping and eating all those carcinogens, okay, all that bacon. You'll notice it when you have heart problems in the hospital and your health insurance isn't covering your bills, and you'll say, damn, what's this about? It's about that thing that you decided to tune out and pretend didn't exist. And I promise you, you can die ignorant to the fact or why your hospital bill was so intense, or you can die ignorant to the fact of why your hospital visit was so hard, but there is a reason for it. There's a reason you have a pothole. There's a reason your health insurance sucks. There's a reason you ate bacon, even though it's a carcinogen. And there's a reason you didn't, there's a reason. So you can do it. I'm giving you permission. But if you in your daily life have that realization of, I wonder why that is the way that it is, or I'm annoyed today because of XYZ, well, now you know. There is a reason. And so what some of us are doing, what I'm doing, is going, hey, there's a reason for that, right? Okay, what is it? But I'm just not stopping there. So here's what happens, okay? We live in a world where I've had it. So let's say it's a linear spectrum, which we know it never is. Okay, so here you have these Republicans and you have these liberals and then you have these leftists and then you have everyone who knows that the real thing hasn't even been invented yet, right? Okay, so you have I've had it. I've had it lives here, okay? I've had it. Okay, I'm just gonna put I've. It doesn't really look like an I've, but there you go. Okay, so they go, oh my God, hey, why is my pothole suck? And why doesn't my public school have stuff? And where's my health care? Oh, they go, oh, Republicans. Okay, they're here. So they figured it out. I know you can barely see it, but here we go. Okay, and I'm saying for the leftists, they're like, hey, why the fuck are we fucking funding Israel? Oh shit, it's the liberals and it's the Republicans. Fuck. Okay, and then you've got everyone over here that's like, hey, why is humanity doing everything that it does? Okay. It's like, it's not even about the parties anymore, but it does make you realize like, oh shit, wait, Republicans are doing XYZ. Oh shit, liberals are doing XYZ. Oh shit, like everything came from something. The words we use, the way we dress, the way we exist, the homes we aspire to have, like, oh shit. But it's not a conspiracy. It's just how life happened. There's not a conspiracy that needs to exist for you to accept like, oh, life just happened this way. Okay, so if life just happened this way, what else is there to know about how life happened this way? An infinity amount of information exists in the universe. We will never uncover it all before we die. So my goal is to spend my life uncovering it, but understanding that it's not a conspiracy, that we don't know things. It is sort of a bummer a little bit that people don't recognize, I think, how much more they have to learn. And so when you have the I've Had It podcast, what that does is it's cathartic enough that makes people feel like they uncovered enough, they left MAGA, or they realized Republicans suck. And here is the place where I'm going to land. And I'm saying, but what if you went further? I'm saying, what if you realized I've had it to some people is MAGA? Not that it's literally MAGA, but to certain people, I've had it basically might as well be MAGA, because once you realize there's so much more after that, you're like, damn, why did I even get stuck here? That's all I'm saying, is that I've had it is a different version of progressive compared to MAGA and reductive compared to leftist, and reductive compared, you know what I'm saying, right? Chad says two sides of the same coin. No. Don't be, okay, hold on. That is a centrist take. A centrist think that the Republicans and I've had it are the two sides of the same coin. We're all on the same coin. We all live on the coin, right? So it can't be two sides of the same coin unless we're being very, very reductive. The thing I'm not trying to say it's like two sides of the same coin. So we have a coin. No, we have planet Earth, which is the coin. Coin Earth. Okay? And people go, oh, the planet's like this. It's divided into two. No, it's divided into billions. And we're all in existence to one another in relationship to the bubbles. But there's billions of people with billions of different variations of being. And so, like, two sides of the same coin is reductive marketing done by politicians, done by faux philosophers who have taught us to think this way, like, oh, both sides have a point. Two sides of the same coin. Well, everybody has everyone has a side. It's not the two sides of the same coin. It's more linear, but also we're all together on the same planet. So again, Republicans, and I've had it. Sure, I've had it way better than Republicans. Also, not the end goal, though. There is more. And if there is more, then what do we do with this? Well, it plays a role, but hopefully the role doesn't need to exist anymore. Hopefully, in the future, we don't need an I've had it. In the same way that one day you won't need me. You know? Like, one day, the world shouldn't need me. But it probably will. In the same way that it will probably need an I've had it. And that is why the world is a reflection of us as a whole, because why in the world would we still need philosophers talking about why? And why in the world would we still need I've had it talking about how Republicans suck? And that's because we still go in cycles. Every baby that's born into the universe has to go through their own cycle of deconstruction. No matter how perfect you raise your babies, they can still make decisions to be white supremacists or rapists or anything else. And that's why humans are animals on a planet, because at the end of the day, like, you would think if we had all this free will and we were all this smart, then we certainly wouldn't be in our position. But we obviously must be, you know what I mean? Like, this must be it. And if this is it, then there's something we can do about it. If you radically accept humanity for what it is and our life on earth for what it is, and you realize we're not the center of the universe, it actually allows you to be kinder and more compassionate. And the problem is we're not doing that, you know? And I also think this goes back to forgiveness, you know? Like, when we talk about forgiveness, we can forgive people and they can go find redemption with different communities. I think people sometimes think accountability makes you go back to the life you had before. No. And it doesn't mean we'll build community with, like, this lady here. Look, I really like this video and everything, but I'm not interested in being her friend. Like, I don't know who she is. I don't know anything about her. But just because I liked this video doesn't mean I'm about to email her and be like, yo, besties, I don't know her. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even subscribing. This video did not make me subscribe to her because her video doesn't feel like the type of content that's for me. I'm a queer, West Asian, gender nonconformist, gender fluid person. Like, I'm not interested. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm moving more radical in my way of being. I'm not gonna build, you know what I'm saying? She's invited to my gathering, but maybe I wouldn't go to hers. Does that kind of make sense? Because, like, why am I it feels a little bit like going backwards. Why would I go backwards? I'm trying to move forward with the people who are already moving forward. So yeah, her deconstruction journey is also very important, where, like, people need this content. But look, she has an American flag in the background. Do you know what I'm saying? We are not the same. You will not see an American flag in my background. Okay? Do we understand what I'm trying to say? This lady, she's very nice, she's a very nice lady, but we have an American flag in the background. What are we talking about? You are not going to see me rep an American flag.
The patient, nor can listening to podcasts or making podcasts of our own. The hard and very boring work that actually matters happens afterward. And I know what you're thinking before you even write this comment. Jenny, that sounds really boring compared to a viral rant. And you're right. Our brains are so addicted to dopamine that when we talk about things like actually fixing the problems, we zone out. But feminism wasn't built on viral rants. It was built on women in living rooms, organizing childcare, funding healthcare, and showing up at local board meetings. And I'm afraid that all of us, including me, have traded that powerful work for the quick hit of a mean comment on a rage-baity video. And we're losing our power because of that. Here's what we should be doing. Instead of just feeding our daily rage addictions, we should be organizing, calling representatives, supporting candidates in primaries. Even if you just donate a few dollars to a good local politician, we should be sitting down with a personal financial planner. Our personal finances are very important in the world. Showing up at city council and board meetings, protecting.
Okay. Chat says two things. Would you reclaim the flag? No, I think reclaiming the United States flag is like reclaiming a symbol of genocide. So I'm not interested. Right? I don't think you can reclaim a symbol of genocide. So I don't think you can reclaim the American flag. But you know, because we're talking about the inception of this country, right? Chet says there are levels. Telling the person that an American flag is strange and immoral would lead to an hour-long argument about how Lincoln freed the slaves. Yeah, except he didn't free the slaves, right? Except he didn't free the slaves in the way that we're taught. So that should lead to an hour-long conversation about how Lincoln didn't do shit. You know what I mean? How Lincoln was a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Because we gave him all of this fucking historical credit, right? So maybe that should be the conversation that comes up. But that's the problem with owning this flag, is like all I see is genocide when I look at this flag. You know, I'm not saying the country though. I don't feel that way when I think of America as a people. I think of that way when I think of the flag, the colors, when I think like the red, white, and blue, when I think about the government, when I think about its institution. So, you know, I don't think that way when I think about Americans, peoples, right? It's just, I think, again, systems versus people. The American flag is a representation not of the people, but of the system. The illusion is that it represents the people. I think the reality, though, is that it represents the system.
Vulnerable neighbors, especially kids and single moms. I do everything that I can to support moms around me. And we should be building coalitions with imperfect people. Most of the real work happens off camera when nobody is applauding and there is no viral clip at the end and no YouTube paycheck. I just think that we can treat all people with basic dignity. And that doesn't mean tolerating abuse or pretending that every opinion is equally valid. It doesn't mean inviting fascists to coffee and hoping that a nice latte changes their minds. It means refusing to let hatred turn us into the type of people that we claim to oppose. And we saw this in...
Oh, I just want to say too, I used to have an emotional relationship with the American flag. When I was a conservative, I was very patriotic. And at this stage in my life, I just have no like emotionality to the flag. I mean, don't get me wrong. Does a girl cry a little bit when Whitney Houston, you know, comes on singing the national anthem? For sure. But I don't have any emotional tie to the flag. I'm much more sensitive about queer flags. Like, I feel much more related. Like, that's my flag right there. Like, the flag I have on my channel, that's my flag. You know, that's the flag that matters to me. But I think if you have an emotional, personal relationship to the flag, I think that can be very valid.
Real life with Michelle Obama's speech at the dedication of the Obama Presidential Library. I'll link that in the comments. What she said changed me. Michelle Obama has always been when they go...
Look, I love me and Michelle Obama. There's something so fascinating and amazing about Michelle, but at the same time, respectfully, you know what I mean? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, I get it. Look, I don't know what it is about Michelle. She's smart and alluring and beautiful. And just, there's so many things about her that make me go like, I love this woman. And then there's a part of me that like, respectfully though, you know? And so this love of Michelle Obama in this video is also telling to me, where I hear her and I do think they go low, we go high. But I think that with everything always, in the sense that I can go low because like it's not a part of my character. But when I do go low, I feel ashamed. This goes back to the conversation we had earlier. You cannot shame me for going low. I will shame myself. Thank you very much. Because me feeling ashamed for not doing what I was supposed to do is different than you trying to shame me because you think you're better than me. But okay. So I think her love of Michelle is just an indication. Like, I think people have, with this recent, you know, building going up and this recent dedication to the Obamas, have sort of forgotten all of the issues about Barack Obama's presidency. And at the same time, like, I will not have a Republican slander Barack Obama to my face.
low, we go high type of woman. We can't stay stuck in victim mode 24 hours a day. At some point, we have to put on our big girl panties and get out there and actually change something. This is something that I've been thinking about a lot lately. Anger is fuel, but it is not a vehicle. Anger can alert us to injustice. It can push us out of dangerous systems. Anger can give us the courage to say enough. But if we never turn that anger into disciplined action, we are just standing in our driveway lighting gasoline on fire. I don't need another podcast to tell me who to hate today, just so that I can walk into Trader Joe's feeling pissed off at the world. And I don't think that you do either. And I don't need feminism packaged as a permanent middle school cafeteria fight. I want serious conversations about how we actually improve public education while respecting the complicated realities of families. I want to know how we protect homeschooled children without dehumanizing them or their parents. I want solutions, organizing. I want courage that lasts longer than a comment section. So yes, I've unfollowed the I've Had It podcast, not because I like the Republicans or MAGA or Donald Trump, but because I worked really hard to escape one culture of rage, anger, scapegoating, and fear. And I will not voluntarily move into a new one just because the new people supposedly have the correct enemies. Let me tell you some things that I've had it with. I've had it with outrage pretending to be activism. I've had it with cruelty pretending to be comedy. I've had it with scapegoating for profit. And I've had it with all of us staying permanently pissed off while the people in power continue to do exactly what they want to do. Be angry, but then learn something, build something, protect someone.
Again, be angry, but feed your community, right? Be so angry for the world, you care for the world.
Organize something, change something. Run for office, do something, because anger may get our attention, but only doing something does something. My granddad used to say, the only way to do it is to do it. Jenny, you can't just sit in bed thinking about that new cheerleading routine that you got to do. The only way to do it is to do it. Get out of bed and get on it. Anyway, love you, Jen and Pumps. I also love my inner peace, and I love other humans and value all.
Okay. So look, great message overall. Like I said, will I be subscribing? No. But will I understand the message? Do I think we come from similar bubbles in a sense? Sure. Do I see a lot of good here? Absolutely. I would love if I had it. Got a little humility, because I do think they come off very like arrogant and angry, and that combination is really difficult to contend with. And again, this goes back to the beginning of this whole thing with this gentleman here who said, just a reminder that transitioning did make me happy, because transition was just a different part of my journey. Like at the end of the day, getting money, transitioning, doing all these things, they're not the key to our joy. They're a part of the path of getting there. And I think sometimes we've been sold that if we just go to college and get a job, if we just buy a house, if we just get married, if we just transition, if we just do this, we'll be happy. Well, what if I do all those things and I'm still not happy? Because happiness is an emotion, it's temporary. What you're really looking for is joy. And joy comes from a deep embodiment, a release of hateful and bigoted thoughts. It comes from a life well lived, and it comes from the humility and wisdom to realize that we can't have all the answers, but as a community, we can certainly discover them together. And I just think right now we're so busy being individually angry that we're more angry at the world than we are for the world. And so instead of feeding our community, we are singular angry people that are just busy being mad at it. We're the grumpy old men sitting at his stoop and yelling at the children. And I'm just sitting here like, who has time for that? Well, apparently a lot of people. So again, in my own personal life, I don't have time to be angry at the world. I'm trying to be busy being angry for it. And so that is what the message I'm getting from both of these pieces of content is, that there's so much more to living life. And I think you have to really live it, like really live it in the most present. And I just think sometimes a lot of this content that has good intention, I think it's a distraction from really living in the most present of your life, you know? And also just one last note on the privilege take. Yeah, we're all privileged, but just a reminder, like what's more privileged than being like, oh my God, somebody somewhere else is suffering and I'm sitting here loving my life. Oh my God, like I can't even be happy because somebody somewhere else is suffering. I will hurt myself too so I can suffer. What's more privileged than inflicting suffering on yourself so you can too be a suffering person? Like, that's the whole point of like co-opting suffering, is like you're feeling left out because you're not suffering like the rest. And so you're like, I'm going to hurt myself so I'm also suffering. You know, it's like, what a privilege to purposely suffer. You know what I'm saying, girl? Come on now. Okay, that's it on that topic. I think I got my point across. Let's take another break and then we'll come back and we'll cover this very intense topic about domestic violence. So just, okay, I'm going to get a snack for this one, because I think I'm going to need like a little something in my tummy. It's a tough video to watch. It's a tough segment. Okay. So just, if you can't sit through it, absolutely respect you for tuning out. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm going to pause it. 1, 2, 3. All right, now. So, let's see. Chat says, what's your opinion on pickles? Ugh. Okay, first of all, sorry, I was eating some chips. I feel like it's my teeth. First of all, great question. It's a hit or miss for me. I love pickled vegetables. We have a thing called turshi, and it's just like pickled beets and pickled cabbage and pickled carrots, and it's with curry, yellow curry. It's vinegar, water, salt, curry. It is fucking delicious. So Assyrians do love their pickled vegetables. Pickles though, pickles in particular, hit or miss. Smaller the pickle, the better the pickle. Pickles on my burgers, pickles on my sandwiches, pickles on the side of my sandwich, pickles in a plate, like pickles in a bowl. I eat with my sandwich, yes. Pickles in my sandwich, nah. Okay? But I love pickled food in general. In Croatia, they pickle fucking everything out here. So I go to the pickled section and I just like pickle. They, they have pickled beets just like you find at the Arabic store. So I eat a lot of pickled beets. Yeah, that's how I feel about pickles. Pickles as a snack, sometimes really good for you. It's also good for you generally. From my understanding, it's good for your mouth health and your gut health to have pickled stuff. So from my understanding, like pickled stuff is good for you, period. I just like something about a pickle. Like sometimes I just feel like it stands out too much in a burger. Like sometimes I'm like, why are you in here like that? Like, but I love a hot pepper in a pickle. I like a tomato in a pickle, onion in a pickle, a burger. I love a tomato, onion, lettuce, cabbage. Maybe if you had a certain type of pickled thing, like a kimchi on your burger, that'd be good. That could be better. Yeah, it's an attention hog. A regular pickle on a burger, though, it's like when you go to In-N-Out, which you honestly shouldn't go to. Boycott In-N-Out. Love them, but boycott them. Did you hear about the CEO sending a girl a Charlie Kirk book? Anyways, we knew they were Christian. I don't know why we were surprised. But when they add the animal style burger and they put in those pickles, I'm just like, why are you being so main character about it? I didn't cover it on stream, but did you guys hear that story? You know how there's a bubble of college or high school kids going to college and they usually like send letters to famous people and say like, I'm going to college. Do you have something? Do you want to tell me like inspirational? They usually send it to CEOs. The CEOs will respond. She responded with a good luck at college. Here's my advice in the Charlie Kirk's book about colleges. Look, I worked at In-N-Out out of high school. I knew they were Christian. They have John 3:16 in the cups. I just didn't know they were that much of a mood killer. Plus, I'm basically vegan now. I will tell you guys, this whole thing happening with Indiana, it might have made me vegan. Like, it might have really made me vegan. We're not going to talk about it because I'll cry. But it really has veganized me. All right, let's talk about domestic abuse. This girl named Ricky Lauren is going, well, it's not quite viral yet, but it's pretty viral. I mean, this video specifically has 147 likes, 5,000 comments. But I think her story is going to resonate with a lot of people. It's a terrible story. It's a devastating story. And as I was watching these clips, my heart sank into my belly for this woman. And even more than that, it made me think about that idea that we often see on the internet of women posting their husbands being fucking annoying. And people say, leave him or leave us out of it. Absolutely valid in some ways to say that to people, 100%. And I want us to be very aware of the fact that when we isolate and leave people with no other avenue, this is exactly what the abuser wants. So though I think that sentiment can be appropriate sometimes, and even I've said to my own girlfriends, girl, leave him or leave me out of it, in a different variation, of course. And my girlfriends have said that to me when I was in shitty relationships. I think what they also add on to that the internet can't because they're not our friends is, but seriously, you call me if you need me, okay? I love you. Now, I think the problem is that we forget in comment sections, you're not people's friends. So even when you parasocially think you care about somebody, you really can't, because they can't call you. You're not there for them. And I think we have to remember that the internet is a public space. It's like being in a public park. And that's basically like what's happening on the internet. And again, you can care about your neighbors, you can care about your neighborhood, but if you can't come get me and take me to the hospital, like, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying you should be either. I'm just saying that's the reality. So thank you for sharing your story, Ricky Lauren. And as we watch this video, just remember that you do not know what's happening in someone's life. You do not know what home they're going home to. You do not know who their partner or how their partner talks to them. But if you were going through something like this, not only you do deserve so much better, but I am so sorry and I am terrified for you. And I'm not saying this as a way for you to now DM me. Do not DM me. I want you to go to the people in your actual community, people who can actually help you. Like, I cannot help you if you're in a domestic abuse situation because I don't know you, and you're not going to get to know me by DMing me. Because sometimes I know people do reach out to me and I can see they're going through something. But just a reminder, I want you to go out and reach out to your community. And that includes shelters nearby. That includes women's groups or victims groups of all genders. It doesn't mean a YouTuber, okay? So now when I say this though, I do think sometimes posting your content can be that thing for you because maybe the right person will see it and be able to help you. It's just not my line of work and I can't. Okay. So with that said, super triggering what we're about to watch. The craziest part of this is he wanted to be recorded. I think hands down, this is why this is so scary. Okay. So he wanted this recorded. Here we go.
Yeah. You know what felt really good?
And this is in sections. I've yet to see her post the full video. I don't know if it exists somewhere yet, but we're going to watch clips.
Right now, and off camera, is I flexed because I felt really good and about owning. It was an ego that I welcome everybody to have when you're protecting yourself, when you know what's right and wrong. I've never felt legitimate arrogance like that. At least not to my knowing. That's arguable, actually. That's the first time I really put full intention behind arrogance. As saying, fuck yeah, dog. You know exactly what the fuck is going on. You ain't confused despite whatever a motherfucker is trying to confuse you with. You know what?
For context, when they got together, she was 19 and he was in his 30s. So there's a huge age gap between them.
The fuck the truth is. You have enough evidence of the truth. She can't fucking hurt you anymore. Feels good. Fuck you up.
This is her ex. For those just coming in, this is her ex.
You excited about that? Figuring out who you are?
But obviously, this is when they were dating. Okay, she's now away from him. She's now in a safe place, and she's now ready to tell her story. So she's been sharing her story online just for context.
Why?
Because I just know who I am deep down.
Okay. Why? What's another one? I'll give you 3 swings. Why? It's recording, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He says it's recording, right? He wanted us to see this. He wanted us to see this. He legit thinks he's the right person, like he's the good guy in this story.
Because I am, I want to be broken out of this.
Okay, cool. Yep. What's the next one?
And you obviously deserve to be released.
On the 3rd try, she thinks about me. 1 first about her, 1 first about her. Guess what? I'm not giving her cheat sheets anymore. This is the last time I'm gonna tell her anything. But you see it live. My whole reality. I could be done very soon. I might be done. The reason why I'm struggling right now is not because of me, because her mom's father is dying right now. And I don't want to put that on her. My mom called me today with real problems, crying, mourning her dead husband, my stepdad, Ken, whose birthday's coming up in 3 days. Real problems. What the fuck is this? I'm still trying to protect other people other than me. But I have a little bit of a window that's like, I have to stay here. Kinda. Because I'm worried about your mom and her ability to go to England, because I think that would impose, or maybe I should just fucking send you there, and if that happens, then, I'm sorry. That's a choice that she made to not see her dying dad because of you. I've been doing a lot of that.
Okay, guys, that was just a part of it. It's going to get worse. Now, I need you to understand something. This is an abusive relationship. Nothing a lot of the conversations we have on this channel are like, oh, how can they better communicate? Guys, there is no better communication here. There is nothing healthy here. This is what domestic violence is, domestic abuse is. Like, this is truly like, you got to get out, girl. He's going to kill you, and thank goodness she's out. We're in a safe zone now. She is free of him. Okay. So just FYI, and the glow up is real. The girl is free. We love her. Okay. Ricky Lauren. I don't know anything about her except this story, but she's out, and that's what matters. Okay. But if you're in this dynamic, like, this is what abuse looks like. If you have a friend or a loved one who is treating somebody this way, this is abuse. So there is no fixing this. There is no counseling. There is no, oh, maybe what did she do wrong? There is none of that. This is very, very bad. Okay. This is scary territory. Okay. Next clips. The clips get shorter and longer as we go along. Here we go.
My soul's split in half because of you, bitch. Cunt. Can't wait to post those. Sometimes y'all deserve it. I'm going real as fuck. I'm gonna save the world. I don't have to do anything else except fuck with women like you and Amber Heard. Y'all are a problem.
Did you guys hear that? Did you hear that? You and Amber Heard. You and Amber Heard. Amber Heard? You split my soul in two, he said. Bitch cunt. Bitch cunt. And I only have to deal with women like you and Amber Heard. This is what I say. Like, look, this was a baby at one point. This is a man who's obviously been traumatized. But this is why I say accountability does not look like getting your life back. This man is a danger to himself and others. This man is a danger to himself and others. Like, you cannot, there is no accountability rehabilitation that puts this man back in the dating pool, back in community. You know what I'm saying? Like, sir, we need you to be not tortured, we don't believe in torture. We need you to be, though, away from, you know what I'm saying? This is scary shit. Okay. Next video.
How crazy am I, y'all? Who's the crazy person? I've been through this extreme with this person who's claiming to be my loving wife 100 times. 100 chances, 100 forgiveness, didn't manipulate you, chose grace, chose forgiveness, chose love, chose surrender, chose everything in the book. We'll get there, trust me. We're gonna unpack it all. Or you can try to hide right now. You can leave. It's time. You can say, you know what? I don't want to be exposed. I'm done. I'll fight you with the essence of what the real thing actually happened, because I'll fight the fuck out of you, because I have a goodness to me that I'm not going to allow you to ruin. You're unsafe. You're dangerous. And you're not going to take that from me. When I'm done with you, done. And I have free will at any moment to post what a fucking disaster I survived if you poke your head up. It's a great survivor story. I'm going to help a lot of people.
He said, it's a great survivor story. I'm going to help a lot of people. And yes, Discord, good catch. The whisper yelling. Great catch from Discord. The whisper yelling. That's a whisper yell. It's on purpose. That's why I say anger to me does not look like loudness. When you guys see me getting passionate on screen and you go, Brittany's so angry. No. When I've seen anger in my life growing up, it's this whisper yelling. Anger, this is why it's a different type of anger. I'm just passionate. I'm just an autistic, passionate girly. This is anger. And this is like a different kind of anger. This is like a possessive, entitled anger. This isn't a justice anger. So we just got done on talking about justice anger. Justice anger is angry for the world. This guy is angry at the world. He's angry that she's questioning him. He's angry that she thinks she's going to get away. He's angry that he's like, oh, you're going to end this relationship? I'm going to end this relationship. Oh, you think you're the survivor? I'm the survivor. It is like oh oh my God, I feel physically nauseous at how afraid I am for a woman that I already know is out. Like, good news, and I keep trying to say it because I need you to know she got away, because I know that the one thing that's keeping this from getting too triggering is like, I know she got away. Okay. And that is like such a relief, because if I would just be so terrified if this was somebody like a loved one. Like, look, I've been in toxic and abusive relationships. And just to compare it, this is why I say not everybody is NPD. Girlies, I never dealt with something like this. Like people used to say, Brittany, is your ex a narcissist? When I think of NPD without any, like, or I think of like a severe, like toxic relation, like abuse. This is what I never went through domestic violence, but I did go through like a toxic abusive relationship. But this is why I say, like, I never want to take stolen valor. And it's not to compare it. It's just to say, like, all abuse is wrong. My abusive relationship was wrong too. But like, this to me is like, it's a very specific version of abuse that I'm like, uh-oh. Like, it is always a spectrum, and all abuse is wrong, period. This is life scary to me. This is like life threatening to me. And if you're in this situation, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, get out if you can, but I know it's hard. That's why we go back to, leave him or leave us out of it. Imagine somebody is posting about this content and you're like, oh, your boyfriend's so annoying. Girlies, this is an annoying boyfriend. This is the man who might kill her if she stays long enough. Like, not all of us in toxic relationships are dealing with men who will kill us, but many of us who are in situations, you might mistake the two as a viewer. Like, oh, like, she just has an annoying, this is not an annoying boyfriend. This is a very dangerous person. And I don't know what he has going on. I can't diagnose him, but whatever it is, it's extreme. And it's dangerous, okay? So just keep that in mind. Okay, here's the next video.
It either is or it isn't. You love or you don't. Love isn't fickle. Do you guys define love as fickle? Like, it's kind of there sometimes, kind of not, kind of. Is that what love means? How do you define love? An ever-present, non-fucking yielding force to choose love, surrender, and selflessness. Ever-present. The fickleness is what they survive on. Give you doses. Sometimes it wasn't strong, kind of weak, could be misinterpreted. My shit, nuke all you motherfuckers that try to come in that I'm doing something abusive here. I'll nuke you with the amount of love that I pour on this fucking girl.
It's been nothing but love and compassion and support.
Oh, that's the first.
Whoa, you see that? He abuses her, and then he turns it around and he goes, what's the script? Like, then she gives him the script he taught her and he punishes her for it, right?
I'm abusive here. I'll nuke you with the amount of love that I pour on this fucking girl.
I will nuke you with the amount of love I will pour out. I will nuke you.
Girl.
It's been nothing but love and compassion and support.
Oh, that's the first. You've been looking like a scared little victim this whole time. I'm the victim. Part of the act. Go ahead and cry. Go ahead. Does that look rough? I'm fucking sick of it. That's the worst she's gotten. Right? No, she got punched in the mouth. Whoops. She asked for it. She said she wanted it.
Yeah, I consented to all.
Yeah, okay. I hope any of you girls don't consent to that. I hope none of you guys consent to that. I hope that is nothing that you aspire to. I hope that is the absolute worst hell that you could ever arrive on, because that's what it was for me. This isn't permission to hurt a woman. This isn't permission to punch a woman. My fucking God, that's my worst fucking nightmare that she made come true off of every other fucking thing that she destroyed and all of my nightmares that she tried to make me into something I'm not.
So he hit her. He physically abused her. And then he said, you turned me into this. You turned me into my nightmare.
This is my stand. Do it with me. Where did I leave off?
And I know you guys maybe can't see it. She's got a massive bruise here on her face. Okay, trigger warning, she will have bruises all over her body at some point. I will show you bruises on her body. She has a huge bruise right here.
We were talking about her. The last time that we did this was the other question.
Okay, we're going to look for that one. That backup's open. Oh, working. That's okay. I'm not going to worry about it. These are our devices. Cool.
Yeah, Chad says, I don't think I can watch the rest, but kudos to you for Brittany for covering. If you guys need to leave, I respect you, because genuinely, this is some disgusting hard shit to swallow. But I kind of need the internet to see it, because I think, first, she's sharing the story and I want to help her share that story. But two, I think we take for granted when we talk about gender dynamics and we talk about dating, we talk about abuse, and we talk about dating a man, and we talk about being in these situations, that all of this is connected. And even my discourse talking about voicemail guy is on the spectrum of this guy. He's not the same literally, but it's on a spectrum of entitlement. See how voicemail guy was entitled? If I'm not going to fuck you, why am I coming over to see you? It sounds like consent. It sounds like communication, but it's not. This guy's saying, I'm going to shower you with so much fucking love. And she goes, yeah, it's been nothing but love. He's like, exactly. Wow, it's been nothing but love. You guys need to hear the subtext. You need to hear the layers of entitlement, the contempt in his voice, discourse, contempt, right? Good words, guys. Like the contempt in his voice, this is why I say it's all connected. That's why a lot of us heard voicemail guy and went, abuser, 100% an abuser or abusive tactics, whether he knows it or not. That's the same thing that escalates to this. And I'm saying, don't even play with that. Don't even play with these men who feel entitled, who say, if I'm not going to come fuck you, then I'm not going to hang out with you. You're not worth my time unless I get your body. You're not worth my time unless I can violate you, because that's what that is. Okay?
You can look in there if you feel compelled. They gotta have backups.
So the two topics that we left off on were...
and look, he's testing her. Look at her, Habibi. She's being tested. So he brainwashes, he programs, and then they do the testing, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, hello? And so and look at her. She's like, this is why it's hard to leave. When people say, oh, just leave, just leave. Oh, look at this girl. She's been physically beaten. She's got a bruise the size of his fist on her face, and she's being literally manipulated. She can't just pick up and go, girls. There's no Samantha Jones independence in this girl right now. She's been beaten down. What do you want her to do? Okay? She's so brave. I'm so proud of her for getting out of this relationship, because look how scary it was. Look how hard it was. So now she's fighting with her voice in her head, right? She's like trying to remember the answers, because if she doesn't get the right answer, what is he going to do? He's going to punish her. This is why I don't believe in punishment. Okay? So now he's going to punish her if she doesn't get the right answer. Oh, and then by the way, even though earlier she got the right answer, he punished her. She said the right answer, he still found a way to punish her.
The lyrics and the confusion.
I'm sorry. And to everybody saying, like, again, abuse can be a spectrum, guys. One person can do an abusive thing. And the question is, if you do it again and again, are you abusive? Yes. And also, so abuse is all different too. You can have a person who's abusive in different ways. We're comparing for spectrums, but not comparing, but it's all hard. It's hard to leave a relationship where the abuse isn't as bad. Like, I've never been hit by a partner, right? So I haven't suffered physical abuse by a partner, but that doesn't mean that the abuse I suffered at the hands of my partner wasn't bad. It just means it wasn't escalating to physical violence, but that doesn't mean that it also wasn't emotional violence. Like, they're not meant to be compared to talk down to anybody's abuse story. I'm trying to say abuse looks different in different ways, that there are spectrums to abuse and all abuse is wrong. So because I don't want you to hear this and say, well, he never hit me, so why should I leave? He doesn't have to hit you for you to leave. He doesn't have to hit you for it to be abuse. Listen to the way that he's talking to her. Okay? I'm showing you an example of, like, look at the way he's talking to her. Look at the way he's looking at her. Look at the way she's responding. Look at the way that she's forced in this position. All abuse is bad. I don't want you to sit there and say, well, the abuse isn't as bad as this, and it's not as bad as this, and oh, it's not as bad as that. It's all bad. And some people have, like, worse stories, but it's all abuse. Okay? And look at how he plays every angle of it. All abuse is bad.
And
so in this time of extreme duress, extreme need that I've expressed to you as a human being, and desiring to have you listen to me live under all of the circumstances that normally would be high pressure, I don't want it to be explained to what I'm trying to
See. He's doing this as a human being. He's saying, look at the empathy I'm not getting. Look at the love I'm not getting. Now, this tactic was similar to my ex's. My ex did pull this tactic. What about me, and what about my feelings, and what about my humanity? Well, he was like degrading. So that's relatable, girl. That I did experience, right? Discord says, I was saying in YouTube chat that that's the way he's moving really quickly to startle her in a way abusers further justify getting even more mad at the victim. Yes, like he's startling me. I'm like, oh, hello? So absolutely. Like very, very on point. Good observation.
Do with this, very open. I've gone through an elementary exercise of can she listen to Elmo and what he's.
So now he's degrading her intelligence, right?
Of can she listen to Elmo and what he says on a fucking Sesame Street, basically, for about 2 hours. Can she hear it? That's where I'm at.
The paper, the tapping, like not just because I'm autistic and sensitive to sensory noises, it's on purpose. The tapping he did earlier, the waving of the paper, it's all on purpose. It's meant to be aggravating. It's meant to be startling. It's meant to like, it's pissing me off. And so like, I've had not a romantic partner, I've had a sibling use this tactic on me where they poke at you for a long period of time. And then when you react, they go, whoa, crazy. Whoa, someone's crazy. And I'm like, but they're doing it on purpose. So I've dealt with this person in sibling form much more than in romantic partner form. Like that particular tactic. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Y'all see that weird smile?
Okay. Next video.
I struck you. I slapped you. I punched you lightly.
All things that I agreed to, consented to, asked for.
I didn't even ask for that. I didn't expect that. I expected you to just nod your head and look stupid. That's usually what you do when you manipulate. Silence is your killer. I wonder if you heard that line in this fucked up psychological thing that I had to have a song on repeat to keep you busy, you monkey of a fucking circus. To keep you away from me. Do you think that was for me to prove a point? I don't think you're going to nail any of this at all. I was this close to ripping it all up right now, but I want to know. I want to know what you heard, because it's probably very self-serving, like always. Lyrics are pretty clear. I bet you heard what you want to hear. It'll come out in a weird psychological Freudian slip and all this shit, like everything else. I hate that you're making me do this. I hate you for making me do this. I've done nothing but love you. You have endangered my mother. Over and over again. You spit on her. You've avoided me being around her. You've done everything you can to prevent me. To separate a mama's boy from his mother. To hide the lie of a vile human being you've been. I allowed it.
We'll take a break. Ooh, this is bad. This is like it is, just in case anybody is even slightly unsure of, this is so bad. Like, this is so dangerous. This is so manipulative. I hate that you make me do this to you. I mean, that is out of Abuser 101 book, you know? You're making me hit you. You're making me do this. I can't believe you're turning me into this monster. Like, oh my God. Chat said, I'm a bit late. Is she safe now? She is safe. Our girl is liberated. Our girl is safe. She is out of the relationship. Her name is Ricky Lauren, and she wanted to share her story. So she is safe. She is out of it. Okay. All right. We're going to get back into it. Ready? Okay. If you need a break, please take a break, right? Okay. Chat said, Bray, would you mind moving your camera to the top left corner? Reading the captions really helps me. What captions? Oh, the captions aren't going to show up now because, well, even if they do show up, my stream is covering it. I can't cater in because the captions will show up later in stream. But I will link to her TikTok so you guys can watch it after, because I'm not even paying attention to the captions either. But that's just, this is the problem with streams. Streams are meant to be listened to. Watching is a lot harder. So I would love to do that. I'll try if I can, but it might be too much. I don't know how to explain the tech part of it to you. But it might be too hard, but I'll try to move my camera when I can.
We're now officially recording this.
Okay, so here's his, I think this is his mother from my understanding, and this is her, and this is him.
My mom and me are here for you. I'm not. Oh, shit. Well. I am not there for her. Okay, you know what? I am. Mom, I love you. We'll see what happens. I'm recording you live. Are you, Mom, are you right now telling the truth that you believe you have been abused to the extent of manipulation where you cannot see right and wrong sometimes?
Yes.
Where you think that your mom sent you...
She said, I was agreeing with everything he was saying at this point to just try to get the abuse to stop, which is absolutely a part of his plan.
All the ways to poison me?
Yes.
Okay, keep going. I'm not going to write it for you.
Yes.
You're being recorded.
Yes.
I know that you have, she has, when I have split my brain in half, I don't know, maybe it was the poison that you put in me, where I looked not human. She has those videos. She has the videos. She has the videos, does she not? Lauren?
Yes, she does.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ in the world. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
What in the world
Mm-hmm.
do you need to see? I am so angry.
Okay, Mom, this is a moment. Mom, I understand. Believe me. It's scary, Mom. I know.
Okay, so obviously this is the dynamic that I talk about, where this is personal family dynamics. So we know systems of structure exist in which patriarchy allows men to get away with a lot. In these mom and son dynamics, this is the biggest struggle with mothers who do not deconstruct, but also have mental health issues themselves. This is that toxic dynamic that I do think plays into it. So the mother is his biggest cheerleader. He uses her to triangulate and corner Ricky Lauren. He uses his mother as his backup, right? And this is why even to our own mothers, I always say, you got to stop protecting your predator sons, because I know from a mother's perspective why it pains you. And also, I think the difference here is that typically when mothers protect their children, it's not this type of manipulation. It's another kind. So don't confuse them, okay? Seriously, don't confuse them. This is why I say everything is a different category. The people that are in denial, their besties are rapists or their sons are rapists, are having a crisis of identity. It's like, oh my God, what am I going to do? What does this say about my life? This mother, from my understanding, is not having a crisis of identity. She is in on the manipulation. She's she raised her son. She probably has her own fucking problems, but it sounds like the mother son have a dynamic themselves in which they are the team. And so he uses his mother to back him up. Typically parents, including my own mother as an example, she would not operate this way. My mother is not like this. My mother is the other category in which she just has the hardest time processing that even me, she doesn't want to hear that any of her kids have done anything bad, because she just thinks no, I have good kids. That's different than a mother who contributes to the piling on, a mother who is engaging in so that's very fucked up. So I know the manosphere guys will be like, see, women can do it too. That's not what this is. This isn't patriarchy convincing this mother. This is something even more mental. This is something more emotionally incestuous, right? There's something here that's going on that I think is different. So don't confuse the two. Just like we're not going to confuse the two between a guy who's a jerk and a narcissist, or a guy who's suffering from a personality disorder and an abuser. We have to be very careful with how we're observing this. So that's my observation of it. But I don't know, right? I don't know these people.
Oh, listen.
Oh, dear God. I am trying to stay calm for my own health.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you what. This is...
Mom, please, Mom.
See, even the way he talks to her, she's trying to back him up the way that he expects. And by the way, I bet he abuses his mother. There is no way that he doesn't turn this around on his mother. He probably hits his mother because now he's abusing her. See how he called her for backup and now she's trying to back him up, but he doesn't like how it's going because it's taking attention away from him. So now he goes, Mom, this isn't about you. This is about me, Mom. But then he's the one who got her involved.
I know. Mom, please. You're fucked up.
I know this is crazy. And
Mom, okay, look, Mom, I can get you on the phone a little bit later. Believe me, everything right now here is safe. I want you here right now, Mom. But if I feel like it's going to endanger you or we cannot complete this...
See, I'm protecting my mother. My mother is being threatened. I got to protect my mom. He's the hero in every part of the story.
Before a sheriff shows up, I'm going to have to make a move. I want you here with me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that this has happened. I wish I was Daniel. It's a dangerous situation for everyone. She's kind of smirking. I don't know, Mom. She might be perfect.
What would happen to me normally when you would poison me? After you give me something to eat or drink or...
So now he's claiming that she poisoned him. She wrote a note that said a second audio where he's claiming his abuse or deranged philosophies were a result of my poisoning him. So now he thinks she's been poisoning him. So look, genuinely, he could be psychosis. He could be in delusion. I also don't know because we're not a psychiatrist. We don't have to be. Girlies, can I say something? You don't have to diagnose your ex-boyfriend to leave him. Okay? It doesn't matter what this man has. It doesn't matter what this man is going through. It's none of our business. Okay? Whatever it is, it's too much. So, Chat says this sounds like a personal cult. Yeah, it's like he's in a cult of one. Okay? So, you don't need to diagnose. I think sometimes we want the answer before we break up with somebody. You don't have to. Okay? Your sibling, your coworker, your friend, whoever you know in your life. You know what? I don't know. I don't have to know what it's called. I'm leaving though. Open with boundaries, right? No. Chat says, or he just has a terrible personality. No. Do not know. This is so important. This is not a personality. This is disordered thinking. Like, this is a very specific way of thinking. This is not a personality, is your vibe. This isn't a personality. This is a way of thinking, right? He has a thinking. He has a logic, a thought process to his thinking. Personality is not what you think. A personality is how you show up. A personality is how you talk. A personality is your vibe, okay? It is not his personality. It is his way of thinking, which is why he thinks he's entitled. He thinks it's owed to him. That's how he thinks.
Whatever the case is, I've felt you pressure me more as time has gone on to go over different philosophies while I am in an extreme moment of what feels like, now in hindsight, a hallucination.
What?
We are now...
Okay, so that's that clip. Now, okay, this one. So again, she's obviously involved in his life. Again, they obviously have a relationship. Here's the mom and her and him again. She said, no, for 7 months I was isolated on a desert and abused. My abuser's mother was involved in hours and hours of abuse over the phone. I'm still seeking justice for the crimes committed against me. Here we go.
Okay, well, one thing that I know, Mom, you will fight like crazy. What I do know, that is some, I think, a sinful fucking failsafe that I have here. You won't put me vulnerable where I feel like if you do anything that has not been part of my plan for the last 3 months of trying to give this the actual most real look at what this psychological fucking savant of a situation that seemed to affect...
And I just want to say this, which I think is important. Obviously, when you're mentally unwell, it doesn't show up the same way. Like, people have this idea that if you're borderline, then if you're having an episode, you abuse people. That's not true. If you're NPD or if you're schizophrenic and you're having a bad day, you're going to abuse people. Not true, right? It's not guaranteed that you won't accidentally hurt somebody without intention, but this is further than any diagnosis he could have, right? this is his values. Some part of his brain does think he's correct. Regardless of whatever he might get diagnosed with, it doesn't matter. It's separate from the amount of abuse he is pushing out is separate from the diagnosis. A diagnosis might heighten, or you might do something like you didn't mean to and you could apologize. He can't apologize because he's never wrong. He can't apologize because this is what he thinks, right? So that's the problem. When you're in an abusive relationship, like when I was in a toxic relationship, I kept thinking, oh, my partner must not think this way. He's mentally ill. And if he wasn't mentally ill, he wouldn't think this way. But no. My partner really just thought this way. Now, the dilemma, and here's the thing, is, and I see some correlation between my ex-partner and him, just a little bit, not fully. I need to make this clear to you. It's not the same vibe. My partner had a very different vibe, but there are similarities, okay? And one of the things that I recognize in both of those men was they don't think very long. It's like temporary thoughts. It's like in the moment. It's like my partner would come up with these like thoughts, like I could see in the moment. He had never thought about it. I swear to God, prior to us talking about it. And now all of a sudden he has a manifesto to give me over this thing he's thought about for 30 seconds. I was like, when did you start thinking about this? There's no way you just came up with that. Did you just come up with that? And he'd be like, yeah. And he's like, no, I've been thinking about this for a while. I was like, but how if you just heard about it for the first time? That's what I get from this guy. I feel like there's nothing really going on, but he sounds like he is the manifesto guy. You know what I mean? Right? Chet said, what about people saying things they don't mean in the moment? Sure, if you don't mean it in the moment, but when the moment is done, you'd be able to come back from it and you wouldn't repeat it. Listen, I have said things in the moment I don't mean. I don't repeat the behavior. That's the difference. Do you repeat the behavior? You guys, if you're repeating the behavior, what are we doing? I'm not repeating the behavior, okay? If there's a behavior we're doing that we're unlearning, we might have to repeat it a couple times. But like, I'm not out here repeating serious hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the difference between a person who's learning and a person who isn't. But I think we think, oh, these guys are just making mistakes. Oh, he just didn't mean to. It's just whatever. But no. And by the way, remember that domestic abuse victim? The therapist, we watched her video a while back. And her husband would say he had PTSD and he would slam her against the wall and abuse her. And she thought it was because of his PTSD. But then it clicked in her head one day that he only hurt her in places people couldn't see. And then she had the realization that like therapy can't help abusers. And I do agree with this, that talk therapy isn't going to help you not hit your wife. Like there's something deeper and more fucked up going on. And now the idea is, if we go all the way back to childhood, the idea is, how do we raise our kids so they can avoid this, right? But keep in mind, you can't avoid this completely. You can raise your kids with loving parents and perfectly fine, and they could still grow up and decide to be an abuser. So again, your diagnosis could be the reason you abuse, but more likely it is your values plus entitlement plus episode that creates the environment, right? And so again, I say pay attention to the way that we treat people, but that's why every individual case is different as well. I would never generalize this. I would say every situation is different, but this behavior, this entitlement is very, very dangerous. Please get out as soon as you can. If it's your father, your mother, your sibling, whoever, if this is the environment where they're hitting you and saying, I didn't want to have to do this. And by the way, I'll show you an example. Growing up conservative, parents would say, this hurts me more than it hurts you. That is the beginning stage of abuse. The beginning stage of domestic abuse starts with a parent feeling entitled to beating their child for the righteousness of God. And then some parents take it to the extreme. All hitting your kids, I think, is abuse. I do. And I would say that as somebody who hit her nieces and nephews growing up. Okay? I would not say I'm an abusive auntie. I would say I absolutely was raised in an environment where you spank kids on the bum for acting out of turn. And I had the realization of like, why am I doing this? Why am I hitting a kid, bro? I do not consider myself an abusive aunt. Do I think it was abusive what I did to them? Yeah, from the very literal position of being the adults in the room. But that's the difference, is I stopped and now I advocate against it. And I say, we have to unlearn this. And we're doing it in our own family. We're breaking this generational curse of this learned behavior that we thought we were supposed to do to help our kids. And I'm saying, guys, it's not helping anybody. That's why I don't believe in shame. I don't believe in punishment. With that said, okay, the difference between a parent who utilizes this excuse to beat their child by using scripture, that's the abuse tactic. The abuse tactic is, well, God gave me the permission, so now I'm going to beat the devil out of you. That's different. My parents never beat the devil out of me. But some parents use the excuse of beating the devil out of their kids because think about the concept. Like, think about that idea anyways. Do you know what I'm saying? So these are different things, guys. Does that make sense? Does that translate? Okay. They're not all the same thing. And this is why conservatives get really scared. People get really scared. They're like, well, you think everything is abuse. Everything can be abuse, even though everything isn't abuse. And it can still be on a spectrum and we can still come back from it. Okay. Not all abusers are not redeemable. And yet all abusers that double down and continue abusing might need to be, just like not available to people. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Discord, a diagnosis doesn't automatically equal dysfunction. Some conditions can very well be managed. Exactly. 100%.
Found itself in the only lap that I think has encountered 3 or more sociopaths and a schizophrenic brother.
Whoa, let's rewind that. Excuse me.
Here, you won't put me vulnerable where I feel like if you do anything that has not been part of my plan for the last 3 months of trying to give this the actual most real look at what this psychological fucking savant of a situation that seemed to have found itself in the only lap that I think has encountered 3 or more sociopaths and a schizophrenic brother and whatever the fuck. I don't know why this was brought to me, but I know I can. That's what I fucking want you to relax. I'm sorry, Mom. I know I can. And there's a high chance if she's vicious and just playing what she's playing, I'm not going to come out unscathed. Holy fuck, what a bet.
You are not putting me in a good position at all. My first thing is to protect you.
I know, Mom. I feel like I am.
In spite of you. I'm going to tell you that. Because it is my job to protect you. And
She's saying it's my job to protect you. Interesting.
Mother, you do that, I will not be protected. I'm sorry. That's not part of the plan. Either you respect me and say, hey, he's a grown man who has a crazy big brain, genius IQ, let me flex an ego for once. I got all kinds of fucking recording devices all over this place. I have never once in my life manipulated anyone. It was fucking weird to do it for a brief second. To get some truth out, to look different than the vulnerable I'm.
Is his mother trying to get him into a facility? Is that what she's saying? I don't know. Is she actually trying to get him into, like, you know what I mean?
Gonna do this because every single time all I do is say the truth. I got nothing to fucking lose. I've lost it all. I can get it any moment. I have everything. I have everything to lose. I'm putting my fucking mom and my life on the line. I don't feel like I'm putting my mom on the line. There's something in me that says I don't think she's the fucking Academy Award winning actress. You're actually pretty not smooth. You got a million tells. I can see something coming now that I know what fucking arena I'm in. You are in.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'll be honest with you. The part of my brain that can be compassionate is it must be hell in his brain. Like, let's just take NPD as an example. Like, guys, the deepest core of an NPD sufferer is that they're deeply insecure, like deeply hate themselves. It must be absolutely hell in that brain. And I would be, if that was my son, I would cry for him every night. If, I think that's what we forget is like, damn, to raise a baby and bring him into the existence and to have him suffer in such a way. And the worst part is like, that doesn't mean he gets to do what he wants. So now we have to do something with him. It's not to punish him or torture him. It's to keep him away from people so he can't hurt people, including himself. Like, he's a danger to himself and others. And he's deeply philosophically evil, right? He's like deeply in a very deep and dark and scary place. Like, that's why you can do both. You need to do, I don't need to hate him. I need to keep him away from hurting other people. He's definitely like giving manifesto. He's giving cult vibes. He's giving like, demons in his head type thing, something like this, Chet says he thinks all people in his life are Machiavellian level villains. Yeah, exactly. He's giving that. And it's like, like the grandiose, the high IQ, the like there's something, you know what I'm saying? And so listen to me when I say this. He does remind me a lot of my sibling. I love my sibling, and I love my sibling so much, and I wish they could get the care they needed, but they are paranoid. You know, they just think everyone's against them. They think everyone is secretly trying to like 4D chess them. They are abusive. They've been severely abusive to their partner. And it's, you know, I've known this person my whole life. Like, I love my siblings so deeply, but I do think like they are a danger to themselves and others. But on the outside, very beautiful looking family, very beautiful looking person. Like, everything looks put together. You know, it's very weird. It's very weird to know, like, you know, if you met them, you would never know. It's only until you get to know them a little longer, then you're like, something's off with this person. Otherwise, like, they, you know, it's a whole thing, you know? So, yeah, I think we can, and we're allowed to be deeply empathetic and also say, like, I must keep you away from people. You're a danger to yourself and others, you know?
Pain. You are, something's very wrong with you. I can't help but attach to you. My mom is fucking crazy scared. I've done it with a lot of girls. I've done it with a lot of friends. It's a fucking weakness, or it's a strength. I don't know. What are you gonna do with it? You gonna munch on my good heart?
No. No.
You've been munching like a motherfucker. Are you gonna stop munching?
Yes.
I don't know. I should have kept your fucking wrists tied with a rope right now, because I didn't know what you were gonna do. But you sat there perfectly fucking calm. Either like a gangster assassin, or like, oh my god, I have to tell the truth for the very first time in my life. I've been terrified of my mom. You're more scared of your mom than me.
She sees her freedom in front of her, a chance to get away from you.
The mom says she sees her freedom in front of you, a chance to get away from you, and that's what's going to happen. Is the mom giving him tips of how to keep her enslaved? That's what she said. She says, I'm seeking justice for the crimes committed. My abuser's mother involved hours abuse on the phone. Is the mother giving him tips? I thought for a second the mom might be trying to get him help. Oh my God.
And that's what's going to happen.
Whoa. Okay. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay, guys, trigger warning. Sorry. Trigger warning, bruises all over her body. Domestic violence, just trigger warning. Okay, she's got bruises all over her body. Ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3.
I will dog walk your ass all over this fucking desert, watching you make a complete fool of yourself. If anything, that'll be some of my redemption. To finally just, you know, until you are so dog tired, emaciated, look like me. And I lost all my fucking weight, staying up late, being on the sun, not drinking water, avoiding cortisol from fake stress. This shit's real. You went out, you little cowardly little bitch. Is that how you want to offer me last bits of strength? Or you want a team? I don't expect you to do that. At this point, I have to have fun.
He said, at this point, I have to have fun? Okay, next video.
If your toxicology report and
Okay, so you remember how I said that he thinks she's poisoning him? Okay, so she's trying to negotiate. She's trying to negotiate her way out of the relationship. And listen to his response. Oh, I have chills already.
If what?
if your toxicology report and whatever you want to test in any if that all comes back as negative,
it probably will in some ways. Yes, I'm listening.
can we just part ways?
No, this doesn't work that way. There's a lot of poisons that are untraceable, that go away after a while. The fact is that you've admitted to poisoning me with the intent to harm. So this says poison on it. You said that on camera, that, well, it says poison on it.
You were telling me yesterday that it said poison on it. You even told your mom that.
All right. Hey, cool. What was it you were offering? Fuck you. If what?
So this is what I'm gathering. I'm gathering that he consumed something and then pointed out that it says poison. And then she went, oh my God, poison. And he went, you poisoned me? She goes, no, I didn't poison you. And he goes, so you did poison me. And now she's saying, okay, well, if I poisoned you, can I leave if nothing comes back? Excuse me, on the test. And he goes, no, you can't leave. So I'm nauseous. It really is like they beat you, you try to run away, they throw a rope on you and pull you back. And they're like, I can't believe you keep hurting me. I can't believe you keep hurting me. As they're like grabbing you and hitting you. He's literally grabbing her hand and hitting himself in the face and go, oh my God, why are you hitting me? Why are you hitting me? And it's his way of saying, so she beat me, so I have the right to keep her here. Ugh, I'm getting physically nauseous. This is why I'm saying it is so, guys, I'm so serious. Like, this is why Andrew Tate keeps getting arrested for sex trafficking. He talked about openly beating his quote girlfriends, who, by the way, were minors at the time, some of them. Like, these men openly brag about what they do, and then people go, it's not true. Trump literally said she wasn't the chosen one to the woman who said he raped her, and she wouldn't have been the chosen one. The chosen one? Okay? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, when people sit there, but especially men are sitting there, and they're talking about entitlement to women's bodies and entitlement, it starts off something small and it escalates. And I'm saying that there is no counseling your way out of this situation. So all those people that are like, women get divorced so like casually, they don't even stick around for their relationships. I guarantee you this man has said that to her. I guarantee you he said, I can't believe you're abandoning. He said it earlier. No. He said it earlier. I don't think we talked about it. He said, this isn't like love doesn't, what is it? He said, love isn't fickle or something. He said, like, basically, if you love me, you'll stay. See? So he does know. He knows the card. Okay, next video. How are you going to explain this to your mom? Okay, let's see. The recording, let's see. This recording was taken the weekend he coerced false confessions out of me. Oh, which is very abuser tactic. Below are some of the psychological tactics, mechanisms he used. Okay, can I just tell you something? Because this is the part where we've been talking about this on the Discord, and I think in stream, guys. You are a good person. And naturally, you will apologize for the wrong that you did. But if you're in front of a bad faith person, if you're in front of a person who is like this, then you apologizing, admitting you are wrong will only ever just be weaponized against you from people like this. That doesn't mean you shouldn't apologize. It means if the person you apologize to weaponizes it against you, take that as your opportunity to leave, if you can. Because all of this is predicated on if you can, because I know it's very hard, right? But a real apology, a real friendship, a real romantic relationship, a real relationship with your parents that's healthy will allow an apology to occur. They will process and we can move on. It's the fact that he punishes her for telling the truth that is a part of an abuser tactic. So this is why I say to you, like, if you have abusive friends and you apologize and they go, oh, remember when Brittany? Remember when you? Remember when this? Oh, so you admitted you were wrong. So it is you. Okay, that's an abuser. Like, that's an abusive tactic. I don't know if they're always going to be an abuser. I don't know if they don't understand. But what I explain to people is like, you can't punish me for apologizing, but you don't have to accept my apology either. If you think my apology isn't real, then say I don't accept your apology. But if you accept my apology and then use it against me, okay? So take note of this.
How are you going to explain that to your mom? I got recordings everywhere. Fuck it, everything is out. Your mama ain't going to support you. I don't think you can explain your way out of that. My mom was
my girl. Look at this daze in her eye. This is disassociation face to me. That's what I'm getting here. My girl is like surviving, you know?
Recording you, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how I'm looking at this in this fucking non-biased stance right now. But I don't feel like I'm a scrambled, manipulated little boy, though. It's all fantasy land, which is kind of where I've always wanted to live. I'm not sitting around doing nothing in the desert, Mom. I'm trying to raise a little girl, I think. And I tell you, she's prolific with the camera. She has no fucking confidence to post one of her pictures. I have not been reluctant. I'm reluctant to tell her how good she is because she just doesn't fucking listen to me. It's a waste of breath. She doesn't need me. She could very quickly become a very prolific photographer. Told her that a few times. She probably forgot it. I haven't felt brave enough to...
Oh, that's a really good one, too. I've always supported you. You were always successful. I've always told you you're so good. She could become the best one if she wasn't so fucked up. She could be so good. They compliment you, and then they take it back. And yeah, chat, he views her as a child. He views her as a child because that's part of his superiority complex, right? She's a little girl. she is a child. I have to take care of her. She's throwing a tantrum.
To grab any of her shit that is all over our hard drive. I think about 800 videos and I don't know how many fucking photos. It's a full-on business. It's worth probably $500,000. It's crazy. She hides the charger. The external drive, all of a sudden, it makes a lot of sense that it's in the bathroom closet. Looks like she's never had confidence in her life. But she's a pretty girl. That's worked out. Or maybe been her curse. Of course she hates men. Of course she wants to look one step ahead. Because she was raped through and through. Or she's a great little liar who doesn't have to have any kind of consequence at all. And maybe she should just leave a pariah right now out the front door, and nobody's going to ever see her in her life, including herself. That's a broken soul. Am I supposed to save that or say, fuck it, I don't, it was a 50-50 chance. Actually, it's a 99-1. Risk yourself and your mom for that because you're a rescuer. Thank you. God bless you.
Let's take a break. Yeah, chat says he's jealous of her ability to succeed. Oh, it's the playbook. That's what I'm telling you. Like, it is a part of the narrative. He boosts her up. So she was 19 when they got together, and he was 31, I believe. I believe that's what I remember from her videos. Okay, I haven't watched them all, so I'll be watching a lot of them for the first time with you. And he probably met her, wooed her, love bombed her. You're so beautiful. You're so smart. You're so capable. And she went, oh my God, somebody believes in me for the first time in my life. And then they start dating, they get married, and he starts with the abuse. He's trapped her now. They're legally together. All of these things. He takes her out to the desert for 7 months. He's removed her from friends and family. He's taken her ability, and then he records the evidence because he feels like he's in the right. He's got cameras. He's paranoid. He's got all of these things out, And she probably is really talented. She probably is really great. Her business probably isn't even worth 500,000, but the way he says it is a part of what he did to make it happen. He's the reason she did this, that's also, okay, just to relate it to my own personal life, because that's how we learn here. Okay. That was similar. That was, my ex used to say that. He used to say, your YouTube channel is because of me. Your success on the internet is because of me. It's because I support you. And I'm like, I've been doing this before I met you. I'm doing it after I've met you. You know what I mean? Like, this is a guy who knew me years after I started my channel. He's also the same guy that wanted like 50% of my channel if he was going to help me build it. And I was like, no, guys, I am married. I'm literally married to the love of my life. And they have never asked to put their name on my channel. My own husband has never said, I want my name on your channel. He's like, that's your channel. What does that have to do with me? I don't go to work with you. My literal married partner is like, why would I go to work with you? But my boyfriend that I was dating in my 20s, who I wasn't even married to, was like, I need 50% of your YouTube channel. What? Like, why would I give you 50% of the thing I built? Like, why? Now, if we went into business together and we were married and there was a contract and we were safe, but we weren't even in that position. He wasn't even in the position to ask something so vulnerable of me. Mind you, I was paying rent and he couldn't get a job. So my suggestion was, well, help me build my YouTube channel and maybe I could pay you as an employee. And his suggestion was, I'm not going to help you or work for you until I get 50% on paper. That's literally what he said. Now, that would have been my cue to leave. We were on again, off again. Like I say, that's why I'm very empathetic to her, because even though my partner never exactly, like, again, her situation is worse, right? And I want to give her those, in some ways I'm trying to give her credit because she's gone through so much. It's my brain can't comprehend how much she has been through. And I'm not trying to, you know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to share that even though I didn't I didn't experience something as bad as her, I need you to know that it was still bad. And I had every right to leave that relationship. Your abuse doesn't have to look like hers for you to leave. This is just a very extreme example of like the other side of it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So I just want you to know, no matter the level of abuse, you can leave. You are never obligated to stay in an abusive relationship, even if he never hits you, even if he never cheats on you, even if he never steals from you. Like, there's so many ways to experience abuse. Okay? All right. Are we ready? Deep breath, deep breath. Here we go.
Fuck you. You're a killer. You're someone who's had the most traumatic experiences that can be described, but you hadn't said shit about it because you're traumatized. But I actually got some stuff that could really look like that. The worst of them all. He's gonna kill you. He's gonna be a wife beater because he boxes. She said that kind of shit. He's a parasite. Bitch,
I wonder if he's also on T, if he's taking a lot of roids. Not T. Is it testosterone? Roids? Wait, no. Yeah, testosterone. Which one is the one that causes guys to go into a rage? I wonder if he's also on drugs, because I wonder if he's in the metasphere, and I wonder if he's boxing. I wonder if he's in the roids bubble. I think roids. Roids is the one. Yeah. So I wonder if he's having like roid. You know, who knows? But
Tommy Reader, and I can't be fake. When I see something that's dangerous, I attack it. I stand in front of it. I can't help it. I won, I think. She got me through poison through you, I guess. So you can go back and make her money. I don't fucking know. Great storytelling. Or, God, girl, we can whoop her ass. She's not that fucking strong. Easy work. But apparently she's hell-bent on being this evil thing that is all you've ever known. Isn't good supposed to defeat evil? Is that the defeating of it? Are you the evil? Is the evil attached to you? Are you an evil spirit? Are you the opposing... Dude, I could go on all day. All that is question, uncertainty. Inability to move forward, doubt. I don't live there. But God, I fucking love you. I don't know why. Yes, I do. What a blessing and a fucking curse. I think.
We gotta take a break. I gotta take a break from his voice. I'm gonna read her post because I'm curious. This recording was taken the week he coerced the false confessions out of me. 6.5 months in. Below are some of the psychological tactics and mechanisms he used, which we can hear playing out directly in this audio. Early in our relationship, my ex began the work of isolating me from my mom. My mom was the only person close to me, and she saw through him. To neutralize her warnings, he flipped the dynamic. He convinced me she was a sociopath who only attacked him because he had identified who she truly was. Oh, God, so typical. In reality, it was the exact inverse. He was the one who felt exposed by her, so he had to destroy her in my eyes. Once we were out in the desert, he began convincing me that I was severely mentally ill, deeply traumatized, blacking out, and actively abusing, cheating on, and poisoning him. He weaponized my phone constantly, which contained virtually my life from the age of 12, messages, phone notes, journals, etc. He went through every inch of it and claimed to discover horrific, buried evidence that my mother had prostituted me as a child, insisting the trauma was so severe I completely repressed it. Jesus Christ. He manufactured two distinct reasons for why I was broken. And doing these alleged things, trauma-induced reason and bloodline reason. He capitalized on existing family history. My dad is a bit of a loony bin himself, and he once accused my mom of poisoning him many years ago. My ex insisted my mom was an expert poisoner who had passed the trait and access to poison down to me. He took threads from reality, like the fact that my mom and I share similar mannerisms and personality traits, and twisted them to convince me that I inherited her supposed malevolent, I can't say this word right now. Malevolent. I can't read. I see that my dyslexia is fucking up. Simultaneously, I was now distrusting of my mom. Had she prostituted me? Was she poisoning people? Between physical beatings and physical and mental isolation, drowning in 24/7 fog of mental confusion, I began to believe it was possible. Jesus Christ. I was living in an incomprehensible, terrifying reality, and that made my brain open to an explanation that offered an abstract reason for what was happening to me. This is how he achieved such mind control. Oh, girls, let me just tell you this right now. I would have been fucked up. The little bit I experienced from my ex in comparison to this fucked me up. Like, it fucked me up that I was coming home to a partner who anytime, so like my partner would do this thing where I would be working like a 12-hour shift, going into like another secondary shift, and I would beg him just like, please have dinner on the table. I already prepped it. It's in the fridge. Please put it in the oven. And then I would get home and he wouldn't have dinner ready, and I would be so broken down and out of spoons that I would like have a meltdown on the floor. And then he would say, "See, this is you. This is like your BPD, or this is your whatever, this is your depression, this is your childhood. Why are you freaking out? And I was like, I need to eat. I haven't eaten all day. I'm working to pay. I'm so confused. What's happening? I was like, what have you been doing all day? He's like, oh, I got things to do. Okay, I've been gaming. I've been looking for jobs. I've been doing stuff. I was like, but what have you been doing? I prepped dinner. All you had to do was put it in the oven. And then he would be like, this is you. This is your fault. This is the reason you have to go to therapy. This is why you're the problem. And I'm like, am I the problem? Like, I'm so confused. Anyways, okay. So that got to me. You see how, it can happen to anybody. I never thought that would happen to me. Like every abuse victim, we never think it's going to happen to us. We always think we're strong and we're smart and we're going to see through the bullshit. And I thought I was so well read. I read thousands of books. I was like, I got this. Did not have it. Okay. And yet all the people in my life were begging me to break up with him. All the people in my life. And eventually his mother really gave me the ticket out. She really gave me the ticket out because she knew how her son was. She knew. And she basically eventually, when she realized it, because she didn't realize it at first either. He's very charismatic. At first, people really like him. Once she realized it, she looked at me and basically gave me permission to never see him again. And I didn't. And years later, now that he's out of the picture, she and I catch up on occasion. She's really just like a survivor. And she just reminds me every day of how proud she is of me for leaving, and how she sees a strength in me that she's like, I just see it in you and I'm so proud of you because I know he hurt you. And it's so amazing to see a woman who birthed a man into existence recognize that her son ended up being an abuser, and validating his victim in a way that allowed her to free herself too of the way that she ended up in her first abusive relationship, right? With his father. Like, that's the bonding that we want between abuse victims, is to give other abuse victims a way out, to tell them you can leave. I know he's my son and I know that I love him, but you don't have to. I'm a mother. I will deal with it. And she did. She really tried to help him. She tried everything. And that's why I know for a fact that there are mothers who are trying. There are mothers who see what their sons are, and they will do everything to protect the women as long, to the best of their ability. And so just major credit to her. And that's why we need more mothers like that. Seriously, she saved my life, She goes on to say, he wore me down so completely that I told the police I don't think I poisoned him, but he's telling me I did. I think that poisoning might run in my family. Jesus Christ. Wow. He claimed I was still blacking out and working as a prostitute, cheating on him with hundreds of men without my knowledge. He engineered a completely false reality, nightmare with no exit. When I leaned into what he was saying and tried to make sense of it, he threatened that I better not be lying. He used recordings of me to warn me that my mom would never take me in if she heard what I had said about her. He simultaneously manipulating my mom into believing I was living a double life full of lies, deceit, and causing her to buy into it too. Oh yeah, that's good. Oh yeah, getting her friends and family to go against her too. Damn, he was a pro. All this while he was positioning himself as the hero, my rescuer. Of course, they always do that. And the twisted reality. Oh, and by the way, I do think at one point my ex tried to do that because I had gone to therapy and gotten diagnosed. And in that time, anything that was wrong in the relationship, everyone thought it was me. And eventually, though, his mom and dad saw through it, his mom and stepdad, she married a lovely man. And they saw us together and they were like, Brittany might have a diagnosis, but something is wrong here. And it really helped because we went to them a lot for relationship advice. And he would try to paint it like, Brittany, Brittany. And I was like, and here I was working 2 jobs, working my ass off, trying to make something of myself. And here was this in and out of work person who was burning every bridge he ever came across. And so that's what they tried to do. They tried to get other people like involved. You know what I mean? It was terrible. It was a terrible experience. Do not recommend, but absolute empathy. That's why I say, like, I'm annoyed when I see women with abusive men, but I will never, ever fault the woman for being abused. Ever, 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 ever. So when we say leave your boyfriend or leave us out of it, I understand the frustration. I hear you. I so do. And also, like, you know? So that's why I have great empathy for especially a lot of these women who are in these dynamics and they think that they are supposed to be because they were raised that way. They grew up in the church and think this is normal. They grew up in conservative bubbles and they just think that's what everyone's going through. Like, fuck, you know? Okay, I'm ready to go back. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
I've been saying that my whole life. Everybody's been attacking me since I was 12 because I have something. I'm trying to give it away. I don't know, man. I'm cross-eyed. I just got to the fucking bathroom. I haven't gone to the bedroom yet and flipped the bed up. Who knows what kind of fucking demon's under that bed? Because there's a lot of shit under there. I don't ever go under there, right? Maybe I have. I don't fucking know. I'm calm now. Mom, an hour and a half from now? Oh my God, there was a guy underneath our bed right now, literally chilling, waiting for me to leave. That's how fucking crazy shit can be. Or a body. I don't know. Or your little secret journal that you never show me that is all of your struggle of a literally arrested development little girl posing to be something that was not paused in life by trauma, by being raped by men. I'm sorry.
Oh, Chad says, I missed this portion. Does he know he's being recorded? Oh, it's better than that. He wanted to be recorded. I don't know if this particular recording, he knows he's being recorded, but I already showed the video of him admitting that he abused her. This is the video. He wanted to be recorded. He wants us to see the video. Just for those who missed the beginning of stream, very triggering story, guys. He wanted to be recorded. He wants us to hear him talk. Mentally disturbed, evil, philosophically evil. This man is an abuser through and through. I mean, abusive through and through and through and through and through.
Sorry you were pretty. You're lucky you were pretty. That's what you're, in some ways, my mom thinks you're manipulating me with. I don't ever fucking look at your looks. Yeah, I do. But not really. Yes, no. Yes, no. Yes, no. Yes, no. What certainty can I move forward with? I try to leave you in the dust and say, look, I'll come back and get you after I make the money. Sit here and relax. You don't gotta do nothing. Ooh, you hated that? Or I'm gonna help you with everything now. I'm gonna organize it all. You did, and then my fucking computer disappeared. It is your world. You run it, ain't you, girl? My mom and I aren't great at submitting. She ain't betting on you. I don't know if I'm betting my mom on you, man. But I'd feel like a pretty bad person if I didn't fight for you now that you actually fucking say what the battle is. That looks like leaving when the battle arrives. I'm not a coward, but she thinks I'm a target. I'd be the perfect one. So, I don't know. Somehow the universe is giving to you. I'm usually a pretty big believer in balance and karma. Why is this universe pitting my mom against you? Me against my mom? For you? That does not make sense. Oh, I don't know, man. Mom, are you here? I hope you... Can I make a joke? You're not having a heart attack, right? Hello? Mom?
Okay, now, so we've seen this. Okay, I want to go to her page now. So this is her now, okay? She's thriving. Our girl is out. She's happy. So just, I'm not sure what this video is about, but let's just click on it.
I'm going to play an audio I have. So,
first of all, the glow up is so real. Look at her. Beautiful.
We
Love
were on
her.
the desert and he wasn't allowing me to have any devices. We were communicating with each other via walkie-talkie. Like there were times that he would not allow me inside the RV, or I would be only allowed in the RV and he would be outside and vice versa. And so he would give me the walkie-talkie so that we could communicate. And he recorded one of these walkie-talkie conversations, and this is the same day.
I was wondering who was doing all of the, he says now in one of the clips he said he has cameras around the house, he's recording everything. I don't know if she ever independently recorded anything, but he already bragged. He already said he is recording everything. So he obviously has like some paranoia stuff happening or something. But I don't know how she got access to it, but devastating, honestly.
Day of when I was writing the lyrics that he wanted. So this is while I'm actively sitting outside.
And she has been working this. There's a comment right here just for context. I tell the story there. Unfortunately, he is not in jail. He had been working tirelessly to get him prosecuted for the past 3 years. The system has been failing me and the public left and right. I mean, I believe it because like, okay, so the government's going to say, how do you know he's a danger to you and others? And I would say, like, hello? But there is going to be someone out there that says, well, you know, he already hit her. He already bruised her up. The system failing her is not surprising, but it's devastating. It's why we have to keep fighting. This is why I say, like, you know, whether we don't understand it or not, whether you don't get it or not, like, this is the patriarchy. This is the system. Because, like, in what system is this man not in a facility where he can't hurt himself or others? Note himself or others. Okay? So...
writing those lyrics. So that's the song in the background.
What are you doing?
Wait, I've been thinking her name is Ricky Lauren. I think it is Ricky Lauren. Yeah, her name is Ricky Lauren. This isn't his account, it's her account. Her name is Ricky. Yeah. Her name is Ricky. Okay, for a minute I was like, wait, is that his name? No, her name is the Ricky Lauren. Okay, yeah. And I will, here guys, I'll post this TikTok. You can check out her other stuff. She does have a YouTube channel, but I found her TikToks much more educational. Like, I watched her YouTube video, I watched parts of her YouTube video, but I found that her TikToks were much more like clear, like it, because the YouTube video is just her explaining, but the TikTok is the evidence. And I think the evidence is what I wanted to show you, because again, we're connecting to this to that theme on the internet, which is like, leave him or leave us out of it. Girlies, like, you don't understand what women are going through sometimes, and I understand the sentiment and I hear you, but be very careful about, like, feeling indifferent about women getting abused. You know, be careful about this idea of, like, women who are anti-feminism should live in Afghanistan if they really hate feminism so much. Like, stop wishing rape and assault on women because you're exhausted. Like, stop wishing rape and violence on women because you're sick of patriarchy. Okay, that's how the system gets you. The system makes you so tired, you decide racism sounds better than fighting capitalism. It makes you so tired, you're like, you know what? Fuck women. I hope they get abused because I'm tired. Like, hello? Please lock in.
Sitting on the ground writing the lyrics.
Where on the ground? Where are you?
By the workout mat.
By the workout mats? You're not in the house?
No, I'm outside.
Perfect. Awesome. Great. I'm glad you found a way inside of this structure to do what is important and not fuck with my vibe. Thank you. Seems like after 12 hours, after 24 hours of relentless fucking pounding shit into your head through the worst fucking way I possibly can to just give me space and respect me and not fuck with me from a distance, it seems like it only took 24 hours and recorded conversations and everything to finally get one. So I'm gonna relax for a little bit, like I've been trying to do.
Pause. I'm just gonna derail for 2 seconds. The chat says blank fatigue is such a tiring discourse. I hear you, but just so you know, white fatigue started in the Black communities to explain a real psychological phenomenon of the extra psychological burden that Black people feel because of white supremacy. And then white people on the internet took it and turned it into Black fatigue and turned it into like men fatigue and turned it into everything else. So another thing that's been co-opted by Black communities is the real psychological damage that white supremacy causes to their communities. So even though, just know that every time you see that discourse, know that it was stolen from Black people. Every time you see somebody write, like, just, you know what I'm saying? So just, isn't that interesting though? How like something that was so important and telling and vital got turned and diluted by society. Same with a Karen, same with woke, same with so many things that Black people create. It always gets watered down by the rest of us. And so just like, you know, like I hear you. And also you said that's valid. It's the option of the phrase that's tiring, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, like people, there's nothing worse than a community really creating something so impactful and powerful to watch the rest of the world water it down for some bullshit.
Received, and I give you my word that I will allow you to relax.
It's kind of fucked up that I have to ask you to allow me for that.
It is.
Thank you for your permission. I'm not fucking asking for it anymore.
So that was that. Like,
oh, and thank you, Discord, for yes, the original term was black fatigue, as in black people, the fatigue black people experience from dealing with whiteness, if I remember correctly from the book. Thank you, Discord. Thank you.
he said, 24 hours. This was the morning after he had kept me up all night. And
oh yeah, that's the other thing they do is they deny you sleep, and then they claim like you're the reason you're so tired. They keep you up. They like literally make you tired. Oh yeah.
I was just his slave. He was walkie-talkieing me to do all sorts of crazy things the entire night. And this episode started because the prior day he was wanting to force a gangbang on me. Or I guess in this case it was a threesome. And he felt like something I did was disrespectful towards him. And this was the aftermath of all of that. So I have literally 30.
I will tell you this right now. Abusers will, and this is why a lot of us are very cautious. We get a little eyebrow raised around men who have two girlfriends, not because polyamory is not real, not because open relationships can't be valid, but because a lot of abusers will force their girlfriends into unconsensual sexual situations in order to say, prove you love me, sleep with this girl, prove you love me, suck this dick, like prove you love me, have a threesome with me. And it is really disgusting. Like it is, that's why informed consent is so important. And so I'm not surprised that he accused her of being a slut and accused her of sleeping with all these people and then turned around and said, you will have sex. I will demand of your body when I choose. Like you will do these things like that. I'm not surprised about that. It's disgusting, but that is something to look out for, girls. Okay. Like regardless of your gender, regardless of your dynamics, if your partner is pressuring you into having sex with people, whether it's like from an abusive perspective or an entitlement perspective, it is unconsensual sex.
Hours of recordings.
30 hours of recordings, I believe it.
This is nowhere near the worst one, but it just came up on my drive, and
it hasn't even been the worst one yet. Today we've heard worse. It's been awful.
I thought the walkie-talkies were just something I wanted to share. That was part of the story.
No, it's so important she gets her story out. Okay, let's see this one.
Hi, I wanted to give an update. Nye County called me. I guess somebody made an anonymous report that I was posting that I was actively being abused. So they called me to check on me. Obviously that is not the case, but I was able to speak with the deputy and follow up on the status of my case, which is basically no activity at all. He was able to give me a name of a DA that he said was very aggressive. Ooh. And that he thinks this specific DA will take...
I'm terrified for her. Like, yeah, stay safe. Don't tag locations. Her chat's telling her, like, seriously, stay safe and don't tag your locations.
My case seriously. So he recommended I call the DA, ask for this gentleman directly, which I will do. And besides that, he said, keep bothering Nye County. So that was his advice. He said to get anything done in Nye County, just keep bothering them. So that's the plan.
I think she said it's been 3 years since they broke up, right? And she was 19 when she got with him, and I think she said he was 31. But I that's just what I think I remember.
It's nice to have some forward movement because really this has been like stagnant for a year. And
a year.
When I say it was a full-time job for me, I was truly relentless in my criminal pursuit of him. Like I was on top of everything. I was making police reports constantly every time that he was doing anything minor or big. And
so when they were together, you reported him?
I mean, I was just going after him in every way I possibly could to criminally pursue him. And it's really messed up, the things that victims have to do in order to be taken seriously. Like there's also like a protocol of how victims are required to act, and I was aware of that, and I tried very hard to fit into that box so I would be received well and seriously. And a detective even called me a perfect victim once. Like that's such an insult, but also I was trying really hard to be a perfect victim so that I could be taken seriously.
Wow.
Kind of rambling, but basically when he was sentenced to 30 days in the fall, after that was over, this was the first time that I was able to have a break. And so I put down the Nevada case for a little bit. Also, nothing was happening. They weren't helping me. I was getting nowhere. I literally have to physically go out there. At one point, they were like, the only way to contact the person you want to contact is you need to go put a physical note on their door. I was like, there's no other way. I tried so many different ways, and I literally flew out there and put a note on this guy's door. It worked, but he ended up sucking. Okay, I'm rambling so much. But we have forward movement. We at least have a name, so I will call the DA and get that moving, see how that goes. And otherwise, the advice was keep bothering Nye County. So that's my update. Thank you so much for the support. When I posted that clip, I really wasn't expecting this response at all. So I'm really, really, really touched. And to have gone through something where I was isolated and alone so much, not only in the abuse itself, but in the aftermath, me hiding. I moved 10 times.
Wow.
Like alone in the middle of the night, like trying with rental cars, trying to like make sure I didn't know where he was, if he was watching me. I didn't want him to know where I was moving. And all of that was alone. So to be in a place now where I have so many people supporting me truly means the world to me. So thank you. And yeah, thank you.
Wow. 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 Yeah. There's so many videos.
It either is or it isn't. You love or you don't. Love isn't fickle.
See, this is the video. You love or you don't. It's fickle or it's not, as she has a big bruise on her face. Disgusting.
I don't know what strength he needs right now, but I'm praying for that. I'm praying for his strength because he's so confused and so manipulated. My son has given up 5 valuable years of his life. He deserves better.
So now the mom is saying, like, my son has given up 5 valuable years of his life. I guess to this relationship, question mark?
You deserve to go and find what it is that you want. I don't know what it is.
Okay, so now she's saying you deserve to go look for what you want, but look at the follow-up.
It's not a loving family. They tried to welcome you with
Damn. Now here's the thing. This is what I'm trying to say though. If the mother, okay, because it doesn't, okay, this kind of reminds me of, what's that girl's name who murdered her mom? Gypsy Rose. Okay, Gypsy Rose's mother was also abused by her mother. And I think about that all the time. But this is why I say, like, we truly are animals on a planet and nothing, like, we didn't just pop into existence, right? Like, we are all that came before us and we have to recognize this. And again, this isn't about patriarchy in this context. The legal system, the structure of the relationship is about patriarchy. The inner workings of their dynamics is about mental health and culture. And it is sort of about like there's something deeply wrong in this situation. Like, did you hear about the story that's going around? I shared it about the family that had like 17 kids in the house together. Do you remember the story? And they, the kids, I forget the how to say it, but like the kids were having kids. I'm trying to find you the TikTok really fast, but the 4 adults that were prosecuted was the grandparents and the couple who had the children. The woman in the relationship who had the children, the mother who was being prosecuted, she was 15 and had 17 kids in 18 years, I think the story is. That's why I'm trying to find the TikTok so I can make sure I'm giving you the right numbers. So that tells me, like, so she was taken as a victim, like she's a child. And the child was victimized and then made to be the mother that went on to victimize her children. It's not that she can't be held accountable for what she did. This is it. Hold on. It's this story. Okay. Elizabeth Siders cowering in a chair with a mysterious mark on her arm. Okay. It says mom of 16 feral kids. But she was a teenager when she was in that relationship and started having those babies. 16 kids at 33. Like, hello? 18 kids in 17 years beginning at 15. Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? So like, you know, there's layers to these kinds of stories. I want people to understand it is more than just evil, not evil, good, evil, bad, good. It's so much more complicated than that. You know what I mean? I mean, I know my grandma was married at 10 years old and had 17 babies. My grandma was married at 10 to my 17-year-old grandfather and had 17 children. I think my mom's like number 14 or whatever. Like, I understand the layers and nuance of loving people in your family so deeply and then recognizing like our family lore is bad. Like, it's bad. And then when you think about it too, like, you have to understand that like my grandparents were like heroes to the family legacy. My grandparents are upheld as like the strongest, most amazing immigrants who came to the United States and with all their kids made a life for themselves and became successful. But then nobody ever talks about the fact that my grandma was married at 10. You know? So that's the part that I want people to recognize. And you know what's crazier? I'm not saying this is true. I am not a scientist. Okay? I'm not a scientist. But I don't know that this is true. I shouldn't even say it really. But they think Alzheimer's and dementia is higher in women because of the abuse they handle over the years. And I do wonder every day if my grandma got Alzheimer's and if it was related to the fact that she was a child bride. I don't know. I'm not a scientist. I trust the science community to figure it out. But every time I hear more and more about Alzheimer's, I think to myself, like, I wonder how much that plays a role. I don't know. I have deep empathy for the seriousness in which existing is. It's like existing is such a serious business. And it's so heavy. And it's just so important that we learn to live well. And it's so important that we recognize, like, I cannot even explain to you behind the curtain how fucked up everybody is. But the world is a really fucked up place. That doesn't mean we can't find hope. Okay?
Today I am taking
I want to end on this point. She says, life is so beautiful these days.
Today I am taking my mom for a trip in my RV. I bought this rig a couple weeks ago, drove it across the country, and I'm prepping to go full time. And today I get to bring my mommy.
Her beautiful mother she was isolated from, her mother who tried to warn her, her mother who he convinced, right?
On a trip. Hi, everyone. So we're going on a little trip. I can't thank you guys enough for all the support and for anyone who is going through it or has gone through it. There is so much beauty on the other side.
Oh.
Thank you for me too, as mom. My heart to yours, the support. I can't tell you what it does. It makes me cry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Stay strong, everyone. Thanks, guys.
There is absolutely a light at the end of this tunnel. There's a light at the end of the tunnel for our personal abuse stories. There's a light at the end of the tunnel for humanity as a whole. And so that's why I love philosophy. It is the love of wisdom. And I think it allows us to have a framework for answers that allows us, once again, to radically accept how the world is and to do something about it. To make peace with how horrible existence can be and then still do something about it. To radically accept that this is so hard to exist, and yet it can be the most joyful experience you've ever had. There's so much joy in what it means to exist, to live and to die. Yes, even death can be joyful. But it comes with liberating ourselves from abuse, liberating ourselves from an abusive system. There is no joy in abuse. There's no amount of, well, my story made me who I was today that justifies the abuse we all handle. And I do think you can have a meaningful life without ever needing to, quote, suffer and abuse in the name of this is what makes a good person. Like, we have been taught through religion that suffering makes you a good person. But if that was the case, the world would look very different. Suffering doesn't make you a good person. I think learning to suffer wisely helps us mitigate harm. It helps us live a more joyful life. Okay, so we want to suffer wisely. We want to liberate people out of oppression, and we want to eradicate abuse as a normalized way of being and a normalized framework used, whether it's police officers abusing their power, parents abusing their power, teachers abusing their power, older siblings abusing their power, anything that is related to abuse, we want to eradicate. There is just no reality where abuse is justified. And that includes abuse you give to others that you think are evil. Okay? You cannot turn around and torture somebody in the name of liberation and call it justice. Okay. We learned that with Guantanamo Bay. We're not going to do this. Okay. That doesn't mean you can't be angry for the world, so you feed people, but don't be angry at the world where you destroy it. It doesn't mean you can't be angry at the injustice. You absolutely can. It doesn't mean you have to sit by and let people abuse you. Absolutely not. You get to defend yourself. What you don't get to do is be an abusive, person and then call it justice, because that's like, if you listen to his ego narrative, if you listen to his like monologues, it's I'm the good person and look how much good I am doing and I'm such a good person. If you say in the name of being a good person, you get to abuse people. Okay. So, again, not to take anything away from anybody, be angry at the injustice and use that anger to feed your community. That's always the goal. And guys, for the literal thinkers in the audience, feed your community is not literal. You don't have to only feed people. There are so many ways to show up in your community. It's just a nice short way of saying, be helpful instead of be destructive, right? That's what that means. Okay. We're going to stop there. I think that's enough. I really can't listen to this man anymore. And I'm just so happy that she is liberated. And Lauren, we wish you the best. I hope she gets her story out there. And I hope that she gets to see justice through this system. And, we just wish her the best. Does anyone have any questions before we completely sign off for the weekend? Thank you guys for being here at the beginning of stream and being with me through the bad news about Indiana. We love her. She's an icon. She means so much to me. And I think it's going to be a really long mourning process. But I appreciate you being here to witness that beginning of stream. Reminder for the Discord events. We have the Discord 101, which is an open discussion event. It happens once a month-ish where we just have a free-for-all, open conversation about anything you want to talk about, content, philosophy, in that sense, talk about. Like, bring a topic that is going to be interesting for the crowd, or just come and hang out and listen while the rest of us discuss. So that's happening, and it will be a lot of fun. Remember, the Discord is 18+. Guys, that's not a joke. It's there for a reason. So if you're not 18, do not join my Discord. That's our way of helping the community. That's our way of feeding the community, is protecting kids and adults and giving them separate spaces. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I see your well wishes, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really do. It's going to be it's going to be a long road. Chess says, is it a voice discussion? It can be. You don't have to be on VC voice. You don't have to be on voice chat. You can just be typing, or you could just be listening. But I'm on mic. There are a few people that are used to talking on mic. You don't have to, though. We try to be very chill with the Discord. If you want to talk, great. If you don't want to talk, also great. I also kind of help, like if people are, sometimes we autistically monologue, I might cut you off softly, or it might be like, let's not derail. So I'm also a moderator, Okay. It looks like everyone's good. Okay, thanks for the well wishes, guys. It's gonna be a journey. Okay, please take care of yourselves this weekend. I'm not just saying that. Do it. Okay, and yeah. Wow, what a heavy one today. I don't know what to say now. I'm gonna leave you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it so much. I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. Oh my God, was I muted this whole time? Hold on. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. Bye.